nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your bountiful blessings and for your patience and love and forgiveness. We pray that you will guide and direct us tonight to do the things that you would have us to do as petitions are brought before us. We pray that you will guide and direct our petitioners as well as those you have put in seats of judgments. And may we all, we pray, please you with our actions. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, thank Town of Rolesville Board for being here tonight. Perfect attendance. Appreciate y'all coming out on a wet night to do the business. Staff, thank you for being here. I do have a couple comments to make before we start the meeting. I do want to make a comment around the racial and social injustice that we've seen in the last few months. Pretty much it has affected a lot of communities. And just want to say, and also, you know, the police department is the main source of the issue there. So I just want to say that I have met a couple of times with Kelly and police chief talking over some things and some future improvements and some stuff we can do, you know, to make sure that our police force is as good as it can be as any community when it comes to policing and policing the correct way, which I think some of the things that we have seen in the past couple of weeks and actually the last weekend maybe, you know, is truly not the way, you know, for police departments to conduct business. So, you know, we had a lot of discussions on that. We're going to do some things and get some information out to the public, maybe even this week. Also, you may have seen that Governor Cooper has got involved in it and formed a kind of a task force that's going to take a look at what improvements we can do across the state. You know, we're very engaged with that. Hope it's some good recommendations that will come out of that. So we want to say that we're really happy that the governor is getting involved and is going to do some improvements there. I think some of the communities have come together to bring some citizens together to get some citizen input from some different perspectives. Kelly and I have talked about that. Probably, you know, if we do that, it'd probably be from the mayor's office rather than kind of a town, you know, function. So we really had some good conversations about doing that. I think some of the other communities, you know, are doing that and have done that in the past. You know, it's a good way to get, you know, really a feel from, you know, everybody in the community on things going on. So I just want to tell the board that, you know, I got faith that our police department is, after talking with them and sitting down, I guess probably about an hour. In fact, you know, the meeting ended electronically before we got through, and we had to do another meeting because we had just good conversation going on. And Chief Orlando Soto did a lot of research, you know, and pulling some information together. Hope at some point in time we can find time to share that with the board. I think it would be very good for the board to see that, and actually the community. And I thought about, you know, how can we share, you know, what he's put together, which is, you know, in a way it's kind of comforting to understand, you know, what they got going on and what they're working on to, you know, to make sure things are done right. You know, for example, you know, you can have a really good police department, but you can have one bad apple. And you know, it comforts me a little bit that some of the things, you know, he said how, you know, they monitor their officers and make sure of the red signs, anything that, you know, could be a problem, and how they address that. So very good conversation, and we're going to continue that, and we're going to probably get more people involved, not only from the community, but also, you know, some board that, you know, you can ask questions to. The second thing I'll mention is around COVA. we've been a few weeks now with I guess the stay-at-home order kind of relaxed a little bit. Some of the businesses opening up, and that's great. I think we really needed that. Really, a lot of the business really need to come back open. And I think we also still have some businesses I would love to see open in the next few weeks. But for that to happen, we really got to control this spread. You may have been seeing, North Carolina looks like the rates is going up. Wake County, the rates are going up somewhat. I know Greg Ford and the Wake County Board of Commissioners has been talking about, if they're going to do something. I think the last time I heard they were not. You may have read and seen about the incident that happened at Glenwood South in Raleigh the past weekend, where a lot of people congregated on the street trying to get into the business and the restaurants down there. Talking to Marianne Baldwin, the mayor there, she's very concerned about that, how to control that. In my experience in riding around the Rolesville, I don't see that happening here. I don't see anybody waiting outside of any stores to get in or restaurants to get in or, anything like that. So I don't see us having the problem that she's facing there with, downtown Raleigh in particular and Glenwood South and those type of places. So I'm pretty sure tonight they're gonna do a required mask in Raleigh. So and I can understand, after talking to her and seeing what she's got going on, I can understand her having to do that. I think one other municipality in Wake County is going to do that, and I think Knightdale is leaning really towards doing that. The rest of us, myself, Mayor in Wake Forest, what we're going to do is put out a strong statement to recommend people to wear a mask, and we'll probably get that out this week. And I just urge everybody, the board, I urge everybody that's listening, I urge that the store owners and the business owners, a business can require it. I mean, they could require, somebody coming in their store to have a mask on. So they can require it if they want to. So I'm urging all of us to work together to wear our mask. Whenever we walk and move around in line or anything like that, wear a mask and kind of recommending strongly to do that. Hopefully, if we do that, we can see this thing turn around and we can get the rest of the businesses open and everybody can stay safe. If that doesn't work, and if most of the towns, has to come around and change something, really it's the governor's call. If the governor mandates wearing masks, then everybody will wear it. It's really his call. And I think he's in discussion, but I don't think he's made a decision yet.
Yeah. I was asked a question today, and if we haven't made a decision, or if it hasn't been posted, or I had a senior moment, but I don't remember. But have we, or has a decision been made about the fireworks on July the 4th?
We were going to talk about that. I think we have we have 2 more days to either go or no go without losing money.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, because the last time I asked, it was a go.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now it's a maybe.
And it is a go unless we decide, we want to do different. So we'll talk about that. That's something you was going to talk about, right?
Hmm?
So,
Ronnie, can you address how we're doing our mask here in the meeting for the public?
yeah. Let me. That's a good point, Sheila. Because really, mask is really important when you're going to get within 6 feet of someone. And if you sit down here, where we are tonight, if you look at our room here, we're all apart 6 feet. Where once we sit here, once we clean our workstation up here, we are safe. So we remove our mask. Right before the meeting started, we all was wearing masks because, to get up and go talk to somebody or something like that, you need to wear your mask. Going in and out, you need to wear your mask. It's hard to go through a doorway without getting 6 feet, close to anybody. So that's what I think, to educate and for folks, if you're up walking around, probably you're gonna get within 6 feet of somebody before it's over with, and that's the time you need to wear your mask. So thanks for bringing that up. And we do that here, so, you know, if we get up and move around, we go in adjournment, we put it on. The last thing I would mention is next week, next meeting, which is the first meeting in July, we're going to try to get back to our normal, regular agenda schedule for business meetings, which will be including committee reports from you guys. So be ready for your committee report next meeting, which is the first business meeting of the month, and we'll get started with that. So with that said, the first item on the agenda is review of the agenda by the board and any additions or changes that request to be made. So anybody request a change to the agenda?
I want to move the item that's listed on the consent agenda, number 1, to number 1 on the items of business.
Okay, so if I understand the motion, we want to actually remove the item 1 from the consent agenda and place it under the business items as item number 1. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, I think I heard April 1st, so got a second. Any other discussion? And that's the only change anybody wants? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I didn't hear any opposed, so.
I want to speak about the fire department
Yeah,
at the end of the meeting.
yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll do that. So with that, we got one item on the consent agenda, which is a call for public hearing on July 21st, case TA 20-3, Article 10, which add senior housing parking standards. Do I have a motion for this consent agenda?
So move.
I think Jackie was
Second.
first.
I'll second it.
So I got a first and a second. Any other discussion on that? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Is anybody opposed? I didn't hear any. Thank you. Now we come to the first business item, which is the public hearing request for July 1, 2020, which is the R3 zoning district change. So do we want to discuss that, or what do you want to do with that?
I wanted to add something about that. Our zoning district, this R3 zoning district, I feel like there's a lot of tentacles that this reaches out to, including we've talked about our UDO and how it needs to be updated. We've talked about our transportation plan and how it needs to be updated. To me, this touches all of those components, and I believe that the board needs to have an opportunity to have a work session and talk about how this impacts us before we make any decisions surrounding such. So we have time to massage that information and really make an informed decision for our public. So I believe that this should be, we have a work session before we call for a public hearing on this.
What do everybody else think? Anybody
I totally agree with Sheila on that.
feel a lot of nod?
Yeah, I agree.
All right, now, do we have any request for public hearings or subdivisions that are in the mix that's already scheduled that this affects?
That I don't know the answer to.
Who can address that?
I can try. So there is a schedule for the summer that has been established, but there's been no promises. So will it affect potentially a applicant? It could, but we've held to a schedule. We said we're going to hold a schedule unless it needs to be modified, and so this would be one of those unless it needs to be modified.
Okay, my question is, and I know the board here because we've spoken individually about the concern about 6,000 and 8,000 square foot lots. And it seems to be the consensus of the majority of the people that I've talked to that we don't want anything less than 10,000 square foot lots. So if we table this, as we should, and discuss it, but before we act on it and somebody else comes to us with a proposal you know, shouldn't we let those people know first, don't bring us anything because we're not going to move on that until we decide what we're going to do in regard to the UDO, or they're having a public hearing for really no reason at all if we're not going to act on it.
That's true.
So the answer is yes. And it would not be able to bring anything because there's no ability to request anything that fits a text amendment that has not been considered yet.
Okay.
So they would have to wait until you as a board consider whether you're going to pursue the text amendment.
They need to be made aware of that.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If they're, make sure they're aware of it. Okay.
But does that require a motion or
Well,
what?
I think it probably will. But, you know, I know you used the word table, but I think we would get this workshop, you know, quick as possible.
Yep.
And I know we don't have one schedule, and we filled up all the workshop slots with, you know, trying to catch up on, you know, we got 2 months behind on
Right.
developments because, and we're actually doing 2 meetings a month during the summer, which we normally don't do, just try to get caught up. And so would the board be open to do a workshop, say on a Friday or another time, so we won't be tabling this thing and waiting a long time?
I think we should.
I think it's urgent that we do that, but I do think as an entire board, we need to look at this. So yes, the sooner we can schedule a work session, great. That
And y'all be
sounds
willing
great.
to do that a time other than our normal meetings?
As long as we could work out the scheduling, yep, I'm good.
I do want to go back to Mr. Wilson's comment in question. There is a subdivision in question
Okay.
that if we had slotted for an August 4th consideration, but that will not now happen.
Okay.
So if August 4th is of interest to the board, we could do this, or we could reschedule a few items and move it to the end of July, but that'll be within the next 30 days. And we could either follow what you did, Mayor suggests, an extra meeting, or do it on July 21st. And so if you're okay granting me about the next 30 to 40 days to schedule this, we'll work and try and get that done. We do also have a potential special work session we want to have with the consultant who's doing the UDO and CTP update. We have not scheduled that yet. We had designated the end of July. I was going to do an inventory of everybody and their schedule at the end of July. So somewhere at July 21st to August 4th window will probably be the time this would come back to you for a work session. if
Will we
that's
do
okay.
them together? Is that what you're saying, or no?
No, I might want to keep them separate.
Okay.
Don't know yet. Need to put some thinking on it.
Let me ask you this, though. Wouldn't it be kind of, what's the word? Wouldn't it be more helpful to have that is it a group or individual that will be discussing the
UDO?
UDO?
Our consultant,
Yes.
yes.
Wouldn't it be helpful to have
Have them in the
there?
room and
Yeah.
help us, possibly.
I mean, you could still have your separate
Sure,
meeting
they- and they-
afterwards,
they
but to at
may-
least help
they
us
may-
move forward.
It would probably be something that can easily add some value to the conversation too, potentially.
We could do that. That would be great.
Okay.
And then still have your conversation at the end of the month, if that's what you want to do. Thank
And
you.
I'm just throwing this out here. I know we've had some work sessions, say Friday mornings or something, and they seem to go really well because we're all fresh and we're not worn out. We don't have other business to think about, and we can just, you know, in more relaxed atmosphere, do a work session. So,
7 a.m.
Oh, stop it. I knew it was coming.
no,
I like
how about
the-
7:30?
Gosh, I'm thinking 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
Slacker.
So if everybody's,
I know
I
I
know
can't
Paul,
take
I know you're a little bit more flexible now.
We'll work around it, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if we
sorry,
can't
Paul.
do that. I think that'd be a good setting, and,
The last Friday of this month, of July, I'll be out of town. But other than that, I'm okay.
24th is in town or out of town? Or 31st?
I'll be out of
31st.
town, July 31st.
Okay, good.
yeah, I
20
think we probably can do it before then. I mean,
Yeah.
this, you know,
Yeah,
that's-
I'm
the sooner the better.
I'm kind of eyeballing July 24th.
Okay.
So let me quickly get on it this week and confirm. And my other recommendation would be that we with proper spacing, invite whoever can from the planning commission also, because it'd be good for them to partake in it and also part of the UDO update. So if that's okay with you all, I would probably try and gear it towards that effort too.
Sounds good.
It will be a long meeting session because we have quite a bit to update you on the UDO and CTP also, but that's okay.
Can you clarify long for me?
At least a couple hours
Oh, that's not long. Okay,
or more, but at least.
3 hours.
And so 8 o'clock is the target time? Not like 8:30?
7 is even better.
No, 8 o'clock is good. 7 is not good.
That's good.
7 is good.
Okay, let me work on it. I'll get you hopefully an answer by the end of the week.
You prefer a motion on that?
I think it's proper to have a motion to,
Am I saying a date or no date?
no, to future public workshop as soon as possible, feasible.
So I'm not clear on the motion, but I'll try.
Mhm.
I make a motion to
Schedule a work session on the text.
schedule a work session on this case, number TA 20-01 R3 zoning district, to add single-family dwellings to permitted uses for discussion with the board, planning board, and consultants prior to scheduling public hearing.
Perfect.
I second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All right. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Didn't hear any. Let's do it as soon as possible. You know, if the 24th is as soon as we can do it, you know, that's fine, but
Yeah,
let's do it as soon as possible.
okay.
I can do Saturdays too, just throwing it out there. I'm just saying, I can.
Okay. The next item of business is public hearing. This is quasi-judicial. Case SP 20-02 Rolesville Rural Fire Department Site Plan. So you didn't give me the script. So let me first,
Why don't you give us 1 second, Mayor?
yeah, David starts it off, so let him get back in here.
Right. He's checking out attendance for the quasi-judicial, I have a feeling.
Okay, David, you up on protocol,
Do I need to go in now?
procedural.
Check my.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quasi-judicial hearings have characteristics similar to court proceedings. Quasi-judicial decisions made by the board must be based only upon the evidence presented at this hearing and site visits by the board, if any. Witnesses must testify under oath or affirmation. The parties may be represented by legal counsel. The parties have the right to cross-examine witnesses. An opportunity for cross-examination will be provided both at the conclusion of the applicant's case and again at the close of the opponent's case. The parties have a right to object to improper testimony or evidence. There is a right to present rebuttal evidence. All evidence provided by witnesses must be competent and material. Unduly repetitious or irrelevant testimony may be barred. Normally, witnesses may testify only as to their personal knowledge of facts. With regard to competent evidence, North Carolina General Statute 160A 393 prohibits a person from giving opinions about scientific, technical, and other specialized subjects unless the person, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, is in fact an expert on the subject. A person wanting to give an opinion as an expert must first state his or her qualifications to be an expert. North Carolina General Statute 160A 393 also specifically prohibits opinions that the use of property in a particular way would affect the value of other properties, or opinions that the increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development would pose a danger to the public safety unless the witness is an expert on that subject. As we did before in our last meeting, I only read those two paragraphs for our first quasi-judicial hearing. As a warning, I intend to read it again before our next meeting as we have a number of attendees for that one, so we probably need to go through it again. With that, I'll go through our normal questions that we use to identify any specific knowledge or potential conflicts of interest that may arise among members of the board. Everyone can answer as a group. If there's something that needs to be disclosed, you can please just raise that to other members of the board's attention. A member shall not participate in this hearing if the member has a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, has engaged in undisclosed ex parte communications, has a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an affected person, or has a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. And with that, is any member predisposed to vote a particular way on this matter such that his or her opinion is fixed and the evidence presented during this hearing is not likely to influence his or her decision?
No.
Has any member discussed this matter with proponents, opponents, or others?
No.
No.
Does any member have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an aggrieved party?
No.
No.
Does any member have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
No.
While not a conflict of interest, specialized knowledge of members should be disclosed. Does any member have particular knowledge or expertise regarding the site or the subject matter of this hearing?
No.
No.
Has any member made a site visit?
No.
Site visit,
Yes.
I made a site visit.
You made a site visit. Okay. That's fine. It just needs to be disclosed. Is there any objection by a member of the board or by a party to the participation of any member on the basis of a conflict of interest?
No.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, is it a conflict of interest? Because Jackie, aren't you the liaison with the fire department? I just want to understand that, and I want to make sure that that's disclosed, and to ensure that that's not a conflict of interest.
It is not a conflict of interest, but it may qualify as having particular knowledge or expertise. So that's a good thing to have on the record.
Okay.
Good,
Perfect.
good catch.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, David. Okay, Madam Clerk, you mind ministering the oaths to the witnesses?
There is a Bible provided, but it's not a requirement. If you will, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, I open the public hearing, and we will take the staff report at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. As you've already introduced, this is a quasi-judicial hearing for site plan approval for the SP 20-02 Rolesville Rural Fire Department for a one-story addition to an existing building on their site at 104 East Young Street. This is only 862 square feet. It is currently located in the residential R1 district, base zoning, with the town center overlay district. And under that, there's certain requirements that have to go through this process besides just the site plan. Future land use plan adopted in 2017 classifies the parcel for town center use. Here is the location. Not able to do the pointer, but it's the building behind the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce brick building. It's the existing metal building there, and they're adding on the rear property line side, towards the rear property line. You see the zoning on the right-hand side, which I've already identified. And this is the only addition. The white building you see up there adjacent to the parking lot has been removed. It was a previous garage, wooden building. It was not in very good condition. It has been removed. The only thing there is the original concrete slab that was still remains there on the site. So it is open from the parking lot view back towards this building. The building is slightly behind a good portion of it is behind the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce brick building, residential. The converted to a commercial building. But it does have a view of facing along Young Street between the opening of the fire station over to the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce. So this addition, and of course, it's visible from the rear.
Danny, if you feel comfortable without your mask at the podium, you can take it off. It's up to you.
Okay.
We're not requiring you, as long as you're not moving
Okay.
around, we're not requiring you to wear it.
Okay.
But if you feel uncomfortable,
No,
by
I don't.
certain,
I'm just trying to follow good protocol.
all right. Probably could hear you a little bit better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you want to repeat that?
No, we're good.
So the site plan shows the existing improvements, proposed building addition, and landscape buffer on the site. The town center overlay under section 18.14 prohibits metal exteriors, facades for non-residential buildings visible from the existing public street right-of-way. And that's specifically what it says in the ordinance. The site plan shows an intent to remove the visibility of the existing building and proposed addition from any view along East Young Street with the installation of a opaque type A buffer, landscape buffer, between the building and East Young Street. When installing these sections of the UDO will not apply to the existing building or the proposed addition because the landscape buffer will no longer make it visible. In essence, it will be screened. So again, I'm not going to go back into this, but previously, this is what a opaque buffer, that's the spacing, the height, the planning of types, etc., is specified in the ordinance. So we're using that standard for this buffer that we apply where it faces East Young Street. That's what is being proposed by the applicant. You see on this plan, the building in the lower left-hand corner behind the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce building. And then the addition is to the side, facing the rear property line. You will also see they have identified specifically the buffer, the type of buffer, the width, etc. For the rear property line, that's required by our landscape ordinance because this is an addition and it does not exist. The landscaping adjacent to the Wake County EMS building continues on to the side, is existing and does not have to be modified. The landscaping between the existing building and the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce building continuing all the way up to the storage tanks for fuel is where the new buffer will serve as an opaque buffer when installed and grow to maturity as outlined in the ordinance under type A buffers defined. Opaque will provide the screening to where the building will not be substantially visible.
Is the pointer not available?
It's over there.
I'm just thinking about the public. If they're watching this, it is really hard to identify if you're not touching those areas that you're speaking to. Don't have it at all.
You'll need to activate the pointer on the power point. Give me a chance I'm going to do that. Are we going to do that, please?
Without the mouse?
Let's see what I can, which one is, I can't read from up here.
Pointer options. Down two.
Up one.
Okay.
Oops. Was that one?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Great technology. Okay, so back again, this is the existing building. This is the Rolesville Chamber of Commerce building. This is the existing landscape buffer. that runs all along this property line between the Rolesville, the fire department's property and the Wake County EMS is a continuous existing landscape buffer. This is the buffer that's not been installed, or will be installed to screen the addition, which is right here.
Danny, that's the parking lot at first that you said was the existing building. The existing building is right up above it. Come back down to the stripe it right there. It's the existing.
Okay, thank you. Clarity.
Yeah.
That's the existing parking lot. I'm over here looking pretty far from the screen,
Yep.
so I can't read all that. Excuse me, there's the existing building. Here's the addition. Here's the landscaping screen. And then the new buffer here will go to the fuel tanks here and go through here, and it will screen the view after you pass along East Young Street. When this building past the fire station, and you have this open area between the Chamber Commerce building and here, this will screen that to where it's not visible, because it will block the view. So by blocking the view of the building qualifies the discontinuing requirement for masonry and wall around the building. Any questions on that? I want to make sure we're clear on the tip. No road improvements going to be required because the road improvements are existing, and there's no traffic impact because this is proposed for storage. So that's all I have to present from staff.
Okay.
I'll back it up to the site plan.
Okay. Let's give opportunity for evidence from the applicant. Do you have any evidence?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, I say we,
Just state your name. for
Don
record.
Lawrence, Assistant Chief of Rolesville Fire Department. And, I don't have any other comments except for what was presented by planning board. So we've gone over this in detail, and, I'm not sure, was a PowerPoint put into this, or was that another PowerPoint that I had?
No, it's not there.
It's not, okay. And we have a PowerPoint and showed the type A opaque buffer and so on that we propose for the future.
So what is exactly being added?
It's an addition. I have a picture if you'd like to see it, but I have a picture I could share with you. Basically, we have a garage with a lean-to on the left side, and we just want to add a second garage to this garage that we have out back for storage. Glad to.
So you're adding to the one that's already there.
Yeah, it's just an addition, metal building addition to the right side of the building, if you would.
You guys want to see pictures?
Definitely.
Yeah. So, let me put this on just to bring this around to you. Yep. Picture of the building existing, and then the proposed be just another metal building that we're adding to the garage door to the right side of this.
Thank you.
Some of these are printed front and back, I'm not sure.
Can I speak? Ronnie?
Yeah, let Donnie finish and then we'll let you speak.
Okay, this shows the proposed, and the second page should show kind of the existing fire department in the bottom left, Rolesville Chamber, the green are the proposed buffers, EMS station, and the other picture, that's current picture of the front of the building, and we just want to add basically what you see on the left side in this building that's open, add it to the right side and put another garage door on.
Okay.
Yeah, and Michelle,
Yes.
if you'll look at this,
Uh-huh.
and Sheila, you look at this, and you see what's already there. They're putting it on the other side, same thing, and it's not going to be visible from the road when they put the landscape buffer up. Back many years ago, when I was on the board, we passed an ordinance that we were not going to have metal
buildings.
facades on the street, and the intent of it was for metal buildings up close where you see it. All right, this is so far off the road, it's a non-issue, but we're following the letter of the law.
Sure. This is helpful.
Thank you. I hope it helps.
I'm visual, so this is great. Thank you.
I put that together just a couple days ago.
That helps. Thank you, Donnie.
I'm glad you did that because I thought you were actually talking about the part where it's covered, what is that covered area? I thought it was going over there. I was like, that's gonna be kind of tight. It's going on the opposite side.
That's better.
Okay, this is the opportunity to cross-examine the witness by either opponents, board, or staff. So any other questions, anything for Mr. Lawrence here? I will say it's an opportunity to cross-examine first of all, is there any evidence to be presented by anybody in opposition? I didn't see anybody swearing in, but I'll be one last call. Anybody in the other room or anywhere that is in opposition that want to put any evidence in? Okay. I would think that's it now. I would ask for any more comments from the staff before we close the public hearing here.
Thank you, Mayor. Comment simple on this one is that because the details of the landscaping plan still is being worked out, staff recommendation is to establish a condition with this approval that they provide us the details of this landscape buffer they'll be doing. That's the planning, types, materials, spacing, to create the technical opaque buffer. And that would be a condition that which I, as planning director, would be authorized to review and determine that this would be in compliance, and to authorize the issuance of the building permit with that information presented to you. That would be a condition we'd like to recommend to approve this site plan.
Okay.
So let me clarify what you said with that condition, Danny. So you stated that we would add the condition that we need to see what type of landscaping buffer would be used, correct?
They would present to staff.
To staff, and then you would approve it. It doesn't need to come back to us,
Correct.
as long as it's within the guidelines.
Within the definition of that type. Spell out the UDO.
Gotcha.
Okay.
That'd be fine. Thank you. That'd be fine with us.
So one last call before I close the public hearing. One last call. Any questions?
I just have one question on timing. Do you know how quickly it's going to get done?
We're ready to start tomorrow.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
All right.
We're definitely ready.
All right. Awesome.
Okay.
I just have one quick question, but it's not a huge deal. So you have the different varieties of trees in here. So what does that mixture mean? Is it giving you the best?
That was an opaque buffer that Dan was just referring to that we submitted. So that was kind of the 100-foot view with the different types of trees that we were looking at with a landscaper. This was just last week. So and then there's some bushes in there. I believe the trees on the bottom of that were 12 feet apart. Is that correct? And
yes.
The
The shrubs are
10 feet.
The shrubs are 12 feet apart.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we were looking at and submitting, that we'll discuss further with the planning board department.
But does it make a big difference between a little gem and a green giant?
No, it's just a variety that's the landscaper, he suggested to have different ones just for the aesthetic view.
Oh, okay.
Beautification.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Beautification, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. One last call. Staff has a question or anything? Any more questions from the board? Okay. Well, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to the board to deliberate. Any deliberations you guys want to do?
I make a motion to approve case, let me find the case, SP 20-02 Rolesville Rural Fire Department Site Plan with the condition of coming back to the planning staff for approval on the landscaping buffer.
I second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any more discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hear none? The motion passed. Thank you, board. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a 1 minute recess to fix the screen and make sure we know what's going on out in the public viewing area?
Requesting a 1 minute recess. I'll give you 2. We'll start back at around 7:48. Well, let's say 7:50.
You about ready to go back to the normal configuration? This doesn't affect me. You about ready to go back to the normal configuration? I am ready. Just the monitors. And you're back. So close to not being able to do the next 2 hearings. Got about 11 people in opposition. The 3 of them have decided they don't need to speak. So that means they can stay out of the other room. That's 8 and 2. Donnie's got 8 people, but he's going to rotate them in and out.
On the screen? Talking about on the screen?
You want to read this time? I've never heard this script read twice in the same meeting. I'm not sure who heard it out in the hallway. You know?
Between this and that screen.
This thing, isn't it awesome? I got it from At Home. And you can put it on different things.
Yeah, well, I don't care about
Yeah, I was like, my mom and my daughter laughed. You're always finding a gadget. They're like, what is that one for? I said, I think I know what it's for, but I'm not sure.
That's a cool one, I like that.
Yep, and it goes around different, like, depending, because I have a thick case on, so you can put it at the top, you can put it sideways if you want to, like. I got it like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Friday the 26th.
I'm going to read it
That
again
section when
anyway.
you get ready to check out, as soon as you come around the corner, you're like, oh,
Cover all
what do I want? Right there. You can put it
Figure out how to
sideways.
hold it once it goes white. That should be so much fun.
I don't think
You
it's
can
gonna
hold it
happen.
when it goes white.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She might, or I might.
I was gonna try to dangle myself down there upside down, but it would have been a terrible sight.
There you go.
Yeah, it
You got
really would make a nice little basket. Huh? It would have been so funny. It would have been awful.
JG, you can stand there and hold it.
That's the goal.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm glad April brought that up. Is anyone else having issues with their computers moving very slow? No?
Right?
Yeah, mine, when I turn the
It's-
pages, yeah, mine's moving slow.
It's because of the size of the,
Actually, I think it's the size. Did you save it to iBooks? Save it to iBooks.
Yeah, I just did.
It moves faster.
Well, completely powered down.
Or try to say, is it still not coming out?
Well, it's up, but it's just, it's so,
Yeah.
it's,
And then if that don't work,
So
then
save it
clear
to-
out all your history.
What? Well, save it to iBooks too, though.
Yeah, if you save it to iBooks.
hey, Danny, why don't you move on
Yeah.
to your introduction slide?
Are we ready?
Okay, thank you, JG. Yes.
right, call the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is the public hearing quasi-judicial case PR 18-02, Chandler's Ridge preliminary subdivision plat administrative review and approval. So I will turn it over to the town attorney for a procedural statement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quasi-judicial hearings have characteristics similar to court proceedings. Quasi-judicial decisions made by the board must be based only upon the evidence presented at this hearing and site visits by the board, if any. Witnesses must testify under oath or affirmation. The parties may be represented by legal counsel. The parties have the right to cross-examine witnesses. An opportunity for cross-examination will be provided both at the conclusion of the applicant's case and again at the close of the opponent's case. The parties have a right to object to improper testimony or evidence. There is a right to present rebuttal evidence. All evidence provided by witnesses must be competent and material. Unduly repetitious or irrelevant testimony may be barred. Normally, witnesses may testify only as to their personal knowledge of facts. With regard to competent evidence, North Carolina General Statute 160A 393 prohibits a person from giving opinions about scientific, technical, and other specialized subjects unless the person, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, is in fact an expert on the subject. A person wanting to give an opinion as an expert must first state his or her qualifications to be an expert. North Carolina General Statute 160A 393 also specifically prohibits opinions that the use of property in a particular way would affect the value of other properties, or opinions that the increase in vehicular traffic resulting from a proposed development would pose a danger to public safety unless the witness is an expert on the subject. And again, we'll return to the qualifying questions regarding disclosures and conflicts of interest. A member shall not participate in this hearing if the member has a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, has engaged in undisclosed ex parte communications, has a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an affected person, or has a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. Is any member predisposed to vote a particular way on this matter, such that his or her opinion is fixed, and the evidence presented during this hearing is not likely to influence his or her decision?
No.
No.
Has any member discussed this matter with proponents, opponents, or others?
No.
No.
Does any member have a close familial, business, or other associational relationship with the applicant or an aggrieved party?
No.
No.
Does any member have a financial interest in the outcome of this matter?
No.
While not a conflict of interest, specialized knowledge of members should be disclosed. Does any member have particular knowledge or expertise regarding the site or the subject matter of this hearing?
No.
Has any member made a site visit?
No.
Is there any objection by a member of the board or by a party to the participation of any member on the basis of a conflict of interest?
No.
Seeing none, return it to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, before the clerk ministers over, let me, just for protocol, I noticed we may have quite a few witnesses this time. Kind of what we're asking you to do is wear your mask if you're moving, if you, once you get to the podium or back to your seat, if you prefer to take it off and you got your distance, that's fine. But unless you have, and it's your choice, if you need to wear it at the podium, you can, but you can take it off once you get there and nobody's within 6 feet. I think we can hear you better if you do that, but it's up to you. If you're not comfortable in doing that, leave it on for sure. But so with that, Madam Clerk, you minister the oath of witnesses, please.
Resolution to provide testimony, if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing and call for a staff report.
And Danny, if you would mind, start the staff report with just kind of a chronology of history of how we got here before this introduction.
Yes, thank you. About almost 18 months ago, almost 2 years ago, back in 2018, the first visionary here contacted us about development of the site.
Danny, I can't
Hard
hear
to hear
you.
you. Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Back back in 2018, the applicant came into contact staff about development of the site. The site is in two zoning classifications. At that time, it was R1 and R40W, which is the watershed zoning classification. They first petitioned back in 2018 the rezoning of the property from R1 to R2, and that was approved. That changed the lot sizes from 20,000 square feet to 15,000 square foot under normal subdivision. In March of this year, a petition for annexation was presented for the portion of the property that was in the ETJ. This tract has a portion that's outside the ETJ in the county. The portion inside the ETJ was filed a petition and was annexed. And you may recall that about 3 months ago. So that was brought into the property. And therefore, as the preliminary plat, we've been through a process of review that involved the Corps of Engineers, also in handling the extension of Jones Dairy Road that I'll point out, Jones Dairy Road extension, and various other elements of the project, being particular portion outside the town limits, inside the town limits, in compliance. Now, this petition is PR 1802, Chandler's Ridge Preliminary Subdivision Plat. That's what you're coming before you. This is a major subdivision that's required to be reviewed and approved through this process. And they are particularly asking for a conservation subdivision under the ordinance that I'll point out here. And as such, requires a quasi-judicial special use permit to approve. If they provide 40% minimum open space out of the entire subdivision, what's inside and outside the town limits, and they can get a 25% reduction in the dimension requirements of lot size, setbacks, lot width, and square footage. That's your minimum lot size.
Danny, that's a 25% reduction of the 15,000 square foot
That's
lot.
correct. And, or the 40,000, we dropped to 30,000.
Okay.
So before you right here is the portion of this development. Development is the whole tract, what's green and red. The red is what's currently is in the current corporate limits now. The green is in the county jurisdiction. As identified under section 6.3, with them proposing 20% or more of required open space, they qualify for a 25% reduction of the minimum lot size dimensions based on the zoning district for that portion. So that's the R2 district or the R40 district. It's a 25% reduction. Now, all of the property being developed is inside the area in red, which is the town limits now. All the single family, all the lots. And I'll do an enlargement here for you to help you a little bit at the scroll tool, but this is the entire site. You'll see shaded areas of open space, and also a portion of the open space for compliance that will be restricted by restrictive covenants outside of the town limits, but it will be reserved as part and contained part of this development and restricted based off of this development to qualify for the 40% open space of the UDO. This is the front portion. This is West Young Street. There will be road improvements for widening along the perimeter from property line to property line. The Baptist Church Cemetery is right here. And of course, the subdivision, joint subdivision, rear lots is right there. This is the current zoning line. You see these shaded lots here are restricted for development with this plan, subject to them regrading the site to where the stormwater drainage will go not into the Little River, but will go out, opposite of that, if they're not going into the watershed area. When they get that approved through the state, they'll petition for these portions outside the dash line to go to R2. However, they cannot develop this section with these lot sizes unless they follow through with regrading the site to drain towards Young Street, which takes it out of the Little River watershed. This, in essence, where that dark line will be the new ridge line where they finish. But under state rules and guidelines, you must physically alter the drainage before they will authorize us to modify the boundary. And when the state approves this modification, is when we can, they can petition to consider zoning these portions to R2. So this is a caveat on this approval. The rest of this will remain in the R40 and continues on to the northeast. This is the two entrances. And I'll scroll to the next section.
I'm sorry, where are the two entrances at again? Where are they coming out of?
Two new entrances. This will tie together, right here and there.
And that's on
West Young Street.
West Young Street, okay. Just making sure, thank you, thank you.
Ronnie, mine froze up.
This is continuation of the development as we go around, and of course you see the portion of the open space as we continue on. All these lots will now be, instead of 40,000 square feet, because in the R40 there will be 30,000 square feet minimum lot size. Also, we'll have reduction of lot width and building setbacks of the R40 standards. More continuation with the cul-de-sac and open space as we're going further in towards the northeast. I think I got my direction right. Northwest, either way, northeast. Here's where first option for Jones Dairy Road extension. Jones Dairy Road, if I can go back, let me go back to the very beginning map. Will run from the existing Jones Dairy Road and West Young Street here to the north, around and come this way, and then tie through the other property, and eventually go to North Main and Pulleytown Road. It's one of the last future road extensions on from the 2002 thoroughfare plan that has not been built. So this is one option that they will be utilizing roads here, as you see this section here. This will be actually built right here that can be used for the future extension if this route is approved as the final route. And then this is a segment that they will not approve, waiting to see if the project goes through this location. Continuation of the lots stubbing to the town limits, and there's the original ETJ line, and this goes into a portion of that. This is a portion to the north, but then starts a greenway trail that's recalled in for private HOA greenway trail up to the alternate route, which is right here. The alternate route is put there because of discussion with environmental restrictions, doing stream crossings, News River buffers, wetlands, et cetera, that have to go through permitting. We'll have to go through a process of these having two routes, one with the alternate, and this is the alternate if necessary to do so. And when the full route is determined from Young Street and Jones Dairy Road to the north, all the way down to South Main Street and Pulleytown Road is when one of these two routes will be determined to be accepted. Preferably would be this one, but because we need to have an alternate, this is where this route comes from. So if I go back to the original map, here's your alternate route right through here. This is the identified route, and this portion can be removed if it's not constructed, and then of course this will be a process of acquiring this right of way if it's determined by environmental studies that this is more preferred route. And so neighborhood meeting, you got the report in your agenda of the results of that.
That was held in June of last year?
Yes,
In the neighborhood meeting?
yes.
Like a long time
Any
ago.
questions?
It just seems like a long time ago.
It was. It's been an ongoing process, it's quite lengthy, but a lot of the issues were concerns.
addressed.
You may be able to see how the comments are here about some things, but you
I-
have the summary of that report.
I have a question, Danny. I can't, my screen is freezing up here, so I couldn't see it very well. You said that there will be a street from West Young Street out to Pulleytown Road?
Yes, Jones Dairy Road Extension.
Okay, so back through the neighborhood, behind the neighborhood.
It will go through this development, but it's not affecting any established subdivision.
And it'll go straight to Pulleytown, which dumps out on 401.
Correct, yes.
Danny, I also have a question. My screen's also freezing up, but I thought I saw something about road improvements to Young Street.
Yes, that's what I pointed out at the beginning. There will be street widening and curb and gutter put here. And all the streets in the R2 will be curb and gutter. All the streets in the R40W will be grass swales with pavement. That's allowed in the UDO and watershed, but there will also be sidewalks.
All right, but when you say street improvements, are they going to widen, or we're going to put in an extra lane, a turn lane?
It will be a 3-lane section. just
It
like
will be a
those.
3-lane
It'll
section.
match what's on the opposite side for Granite Crest.
Okay, that's what we had to do over there. Okay,
Right, it'll be the same.
Okay.
I have a question regarding
We
the,
like extension of what's in front of Watkins Farm?
And that's it, yes. It'll match up to what's existing and continue on.
Right.
Danny, what were those setbacks? I'm sorry, excuse me. What were those setbacks for the homes on the right-hand side in the R40 area?
I have to go back and.
You had said something like R40 now R30 setbacks.
The setbacks with the conservation subdivision get reduced 25%.
Right.
And I believe those are 30-foot rear yard setbacks, but I don't want to quote that for fact, so I don't want to say it. I got to look it up. I have it in my access to my information right now.
I have a question regarding the watershed. The rerouting of that to West Young Street, I know we've had concerns in the past. This property sits at a higher elevation, I believe, on West Young versus Watkins Farm. There's been concern at the bottom of that hill with water runoff and everything else, so I'd like to see if we could address that, especially if we're going to be taking a watershed and moving it to that road.
And I'll let the petitioner
Okay.
and his staff, or the expertise witness, answer that
Okay,
question.
all right, thank you.
Clarification, and this is on the public comments. I don't know if you can address it or if they need to address it when they come up. But I noticed there's some concern about trees being left. Yeah, trees matter. And I don't see specifics around what's being done with that. It's very vague in saying that they were concerned about the trees, and we stated that the trees would be located and remain in place. That is vague.
That's a question for the petitioner.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Danny. Appreciate that. I don't think, I didn't see any attorneys in the building. How about any opposition attorneys in here? Any opposition attorney? Okay. So we'll call for evidence from the applicant first. So, any evidence you want to present from the applicant's standpoint?
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ken Edwards. I'm with the firm of Goin and Edwards in Raleigh. I think it's important to mention to you as a board and town manager, everyone involved, that we thank you for your opening this process back up. It's been a long 3 months if you're on the development team, and we do appreciate the way you handled this, the way you set this room up, and the social distancing procedures you followed towards COVID-19. I am here in representation of the petitioner in connection with their site plan approval for Chandler's Ridge. You've heard the staff recommendations. We have numerous professionals here tonight who are willing to testify to you and answer all of your questions. We have a set group that we're going to call to present certain testimony. If you do choose to ask additional questions, we may choose to bring someone else up to help answer those questions. As Danny mentioned, it's been a long journey to get to this point for Chandler's Ridge. It's involved a lot of teamwork and cooperation by both staff and the applicant petitioner. You've already heard some things that I want to bring back up, the 40% open space, the agreement that we're going to have 2 separate routes for the Jones Dairy extension, and even back to the June 2019 neighborhood meeting that has taken a lot of time, and we've made concessions to try to answer and make everyone happy with this project, which we're very proud to present. We're going to start out by asking that the developer, Teddy Whitley, come up and speak to the board and present some evidence.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the mayor and the town board and everyone as well for allowing us to come in and try to finish our business. It has been a long process. And if I may, I'd like to just I told the guys that I wouldn't talk long. They know that they have to restrict me from that. But I wanted to just make a few comments, and then we'll allow the professionals to come in, the heavy lifters, so to speak, to answer any technical questions that you may have. But you know, I like to explain how not chronologically how we got here, but just kind of speak to a little bit. You know, 3.5 years ago, I had a partner. We started this company based on 2 properties here in Rolesville. One was Elizabeth Springs, and then now Chandler's Ridge. That partner has passed away since. But I have still maintained the direction that he gave me prior to his passing was to make sure that we did the right things in communities. And he lived within 8 miles of this location. He grew up in Wake Forest. He was well known. His name was Ricky Wright. And he did a lot of good things in Wake Forest, and he knew a lot of the people in the surrounding area. I personally live within about 6 to 7 miles of this location. I go to church in Rolesville. My kids play baseball in this community. So I want to make sure that what I put on the ground or what we're presenting to the town of Rolesville, that we're doing the right thing, that the citizens will be happy with this, and hopefully we can make the neighbors happy as well. I think that we're getting there, specifically with this property, very low density. You know, I don't think we would be at this point as far as the length of time if we didn't have the corridor, the Jones Dairy Road extension. I think we probably could have got this thing taken care of some time ago. But with the process of trying to determine how that road would lay out, we've been working with the planning board, we've been working with the Corps of Engineers, as Danny stated, to make sure that that road was in a viable location when the town of Rolesville decides that they want to I guess, permit the other locations and then hand those permits off to future developers. You know, when we started this, it was like 3.5 years ago when as I mentioned, we thought that corridor, I'm gonna call it the Averitt Road corridor, would be a hot area one day. Well, looks like it is. I think if I had to take a guess on what I've seen in Raleigh and other locations, I think close to 3,000 units are planned, if I'm not mistaken, between Ashton Woods and the other locations are coming down the road as far as plans. So, you know, this might be one of the largest growth streets in Wake County, and we're happy to be a part of it, and I think we're offering a good product to put to present to Rolesville. You know, during this time, I've seen an election cycle. I've seen 2 town managers, and I've seen 2 town attorneys, and as well as 2 town mayors. So, you know, the group has changed up a bit, but I like to say that for the most part, everything still runs smoothly, so I thank you for that. Just checking up. And as I mentioned, we have a team of professionals outside waiting to come in. And We have a team from Bateman Civil Survey that has been a part of this process the entire way. They're the civil engineers, the entitlement group that works with the permitting and has done all the work that you see on the screens. We have Kimley Horn here, who you guys may have heard of. They do a lot of the traffic impact analysis reports and so forth. Gwen Edwards is here supporting me, and we have a part of the builder team that we're looking as far as building the homes on the site. Okay. I'd like to talk about some of the I guess lowlights and highlights of this project. There was only one really low light in my eyes, and that was the Jones Dairy Road extension. It's slowed us down quite a bit. As far as the market and how things are going now, we'd love to be able to get things on the ground as quick as possible. I think there's I hear that there's a 2-month supply out there as far as new homes, and as soon as we can get them on the ground, we can get the sticks and bricks on the ground, so to speak, and get those things sold. As far as a highlight, I would say that, we've got, we're going to have cottage style. We're planning, from my standpoint, I'm a developer. I'm putting the lots on the ground. But from the builder team, they're looking at putting cottage style houses along the front. And we're adding sidewalks along the back. While we had curb and gutter and sidewalks in the front of the property, the question came, well, what are we going to do for the back, the ribbon and ditch? Or the grass swells. Well, we decided as a team to include a sidewalk all the way through that property as well to create some sort of safety for people who are walking. It's going to, the back roughly 80 lots are going to be more of a country setting with acre lots, close to acre lots. But we decided to put a sidewalk in place so it would create some safety for the pedestrians that are walking back towards the greenway. Okay? We're dedicating, I don't know if you saw that one spot that's up on the screen. There's one little acre that we're dedicating to the church, to the Rolesville Baptist Church, to help for future parking for the cemetery. I know that they get up there now, they're all over the curbs and they're everywhere, so we're trying to provide something for the church for that cemetery. So we're donating an acre of land for them. We would consider this subdivision environmentally friendly. We've got 96 lots on 172 acres. We are not cramming them in there by any means. And we are preserving the ponds. We're not going to come in and drain those ponds and try to create new dirt for ourselves to build a pond. So we are preserving the ponds for the aesthetics of the property. Okay. Lastly, infrastructure, dedication of the road, for the right of way, for the front, the back, depending on where you guys decide you want that in the future after your studies are done. We're creating roughly 2,400 linear feet of greenway, so that can be, connected up later down the road when that happens. We're looking at, and have talked about, I think that's the next item on the list, as potential dedication of roughly 58 acres of land for a future park if you guys decide that's what you want to do. But we do have quite a bit of land out there that's going to be dedicated as open space for no development. So we do have that on the next item on the list for you guys to hear that. And in conclusion, we make no assumptions tonight. We hope that we have thoughtfully and professionally designed and prepared a plan that will make this neighborhood, this community happy and make it enjoyable for the citizens in Rolesville. I thank you for your time. Yep.
Members of the board, if I may, I'm going to ask Mr. Whitley just a couple additional questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Mr. Whitley, can you identify for the board how many developments? Sorry. Mr. Whitley, if you would, just identify for the board how many developments you've worked in here in Rolesville and how many developments you currently are involved with in development stage.
Okay, so in Rolesville, we've worked on Elizabeth Springs. I have this one, which is 96 lots. In Wake Forest, we're planning at the corner of Burlington Mill Road and Forestville Road, which is on the Wake Forest side. We have 50-some acres right across from Stonewater that we're looking at starting plans for hopefully late next year or the following year. We have roughly 360 units in Fuquay for townhomes and single-family homes. And we have 100, right at 100 lots, I think it's in, I could be, forgive me, maybe 92 lots in Johnson County that we're working on. And then we have several other projects that we're working through paperwork now and contracts. So if you did the math on everything, I think it's close to about 1,200 lots, 1,300 units, something like that, that we're working on.
And prior to becoming a developer, what occupation did you enjoy?
Thanks, Ken. Back in the early 90s, I was at IBM, and I grew up in Wilson. I farmed tobacco for 10 years. I'm glad that the Thompsons aren't here because they would say that I was never a tobacco farmer. But I left Wilson, North Carolina, and I started working at IBM. I was there a year, and I started with this company not many people had heard of. I think they had one building and 3 trailers out at the park. It was called Cisco Systems. And I enjoyed a nice run with those guys. And I just moved to Texas, to Arkansas, worked up in New York for a couple of years building networks for hedge funds and also service providers, the ISPs that were popping up all over the place. And then I came home on a Thursday. I remember I was out in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I told my wife I was done. I could no longer be in a plant. I got 3 kids. And I took a real estate class, and I started working with a developer that's close by here while I was doing some commercial real estate like the Char Grill in Wake Forest, the ABC store that's in Wake Forest, the new one that moved. I was also doing land deals and putting them together for another developer, and I was following those all the way through. Now, while I thought I knew 95% of the business, I realized I only knew 5%. Because that other 90% has hit me every single time, I guess all along the way. So it's been definitely a learning curve. If you wanted me to build your network, I could probably do that pretty quickly. But learning about dirt was definitely a big learning curve. But we've had some successful projects going on.
And so how long have you been involved in real estate?
I would say I've been a real estate 8 years now.
And I'm just going to ask you just a couple quick questions. Do you have any opinion as to whether or not this project will substantially injure the value of any adjoining property?
Well, my opinion would be, I would not believe it would. We, based on what you hear from evidence from the group and the team, I feel that we've put together a property and a project that would probably be what Rosen would like to see more of, less density, and larger lots and so forth. But that's just the nature of the beast and the price of land and the cost of land. In our times, you can only purchase land as a developer and put more density on that property to make the numbers work. But on this specific piece, we were able to work out with the landowners a cost that we could go in and do this type of project.
And you may have just answered this, but do you also believe that the project itself is in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of neighborhoods which it surrounds?
I absolutely do. Any other questions for me?
I have a quick question. I didn't go out to visit the location, but I always wonder, how close is this in proximity to the graveyard?
I'm sorry.
How close is this in proximity to the graveyard that's out there? Is it
okay.
Are you passing the graveyard and then going behind it?
Is that still up there?
Hard to see. It's hard to see.
Well, I'm sorry? This?
It's hard to see.
Yeah. What do you want me to do with that? I was in IT for 18 years. I knew the network, but I certainly wasn't an application guy.
The question of location of the...
Right up here, right here?
The current cemetery, yeah.
So this current cemetery is right here. So the lots But these lots here, let me look at my screen as I go. They butt right up to the line of the cemetery, right? And then we want to create that little acre, that little space there to create a buffer between the other lots and the cemetery. There are trees there now, right along this line, pretty large trees. I would say I'm almost certain that there's going to be a little bit more of a, something to separate that graveyard from the back of someone's house. I would think that there's going to be some kind of divider or fence or something to kind of give some separation.
All right, so hold on for 1 second. What page is that map on? Because I'm looking at so many different maps, I don't think I have the right one. And it is sideways for us?
Page 12 in your,
You can also see it on page 48 of 322.
All right, let me go there for a second. I want to see what you're talking about. Especially how it relates to backyards.
But I've got a copy you can have. You want to look at this?
Can I see your copy?
Absolutely. May I approach?
You didn't sneeze on it, did you? No, I'm just kidding. I don't have to keep it, I just want to see you. Okay, thank you.
Sir?
Could you explain what you just explained to Commissioner Bentley? Just so it's on the record.
Sure,
Couldn't be
sure.
picked out.
I showed Madam Commissioner where the lot line was for the cemetery, and also where the dedication of that 1 acre is going to be, and then basically those 1, 2, 3, 4 lots that actually bump up to the cemetery.
Thank you.
so are you the person to ask about trees?
So, I love trees. I do. So, as far as the grading, I would leave that. Those guys can answer. I think from what I hear, they're trying to conserve as many of those trees as they can. So I'll let them answer that question.
Let me ask you one thing, though. I think this is your wheelhouse. So the smaller lots, are those the cottage homes?
Well, cottage-like homes.
Cottage-like, but
They're
those
all
are the
that-
smaller lots?
Yeah, they're only 11,250 square feet.
Gotcha.
I think that's what it is.
Okay.
And then the larger is, I call them estate lots, basically, the 80 lots that are in the back.
So what's a cottage-style house like? Can you give me either a description, or do you have a
Great
visual?
question. Great question. I'm going to allow Pablo Ryder to speak to
Okay.
you about that. He is actually the president and was the owner of Terramore. Okay. And he still is with Terramore. It's just D.L. Horton purchased them, I think, about 2 years ago. So, but I can speak real quickly. I think I have a piece of paper here. To what that means, is it a dollar amount is what you're talking about? As far as
Dollar
the style?
amount, size, style.
Right.
And square
I can
footage.
speak to what, I'm sorry?
In square footage.
So I can speak to the square footage range, and I can talk about the pricing range.
Okay.
As far as what they look like, Pablo could probably be better suited for that.
Sounds good.
So the cottages on the smaller lots, the square foot size range will be 1,800 to 2,700 square feet. Okay? The average will be 2,300 on that. The price range, you tell me to slow down if I need to, will be 320 to 370.
2-car garage. 2-car garage.
So I'll have Pablo answer that one. Okay, so I'll make a note of that as well. Do I need to? Do you need and then price per square foot is roughly $145 square foot, which is all in the industry average around for that price. As far as the larger lots, we're looking at 2,700 to 3,500 square feet size, 3,500 square feet, an average square foot of 3,100. Price range of $399 to $450. So average price on that's $415, and a price per square foot of $134 per square foot.
And what was the lot size for those homes? 1,100 as well?
Those are the 30,000 square foot house.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Square foot, excuse me, 30,000 square foot lot.
Gotcha, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And Pablo just stepped in, so maybe he's going to speak. Do you want to? Is that okay? All right. Are you guys finished with me, or do you have any other questions?
For now.
We're good for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Need to see if there's any questions.
Well, I think she wanted to ask you about the cottage-style houses.
Mr. Neal, may I ask if we need to, I don't know if you were sworn in previously to give testimony.
Madam Clerk?
If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Ritter, as you approach, if you would just identify yourself, your history in home building, et cetera, and give some background information.
I am Pablo Ryder. I am the division president for Terramore Homes. Terramore Homes has been building homes in the area for about 15 years, mostly custom homes priced from $300,000 to $1 million all over the county. Nearby, we built in Rolesville before at Heritage. We built probably about 150 homes at Heritage. We also built at Traditions at Heritage. We built $600,000 to $900,000 homes at Heritage. We built all the townhomes on Sienna Drive when you go in on 98 where the Wegmans is going to be. We built all those townhomes there on the right. And we're currently building on acre plus lots on King Canada Road in Wake Forest, Emerald Woods, and Groves at Canada. So we're used to building on larger lots. We built also on smaller lots, but we prefer larger lots and nicer homes. We got two products here that we're going to be building. At the front, we got what we call the patio homes. It's going to be a product more targeted towards active adult. It's not age restricted, it's just targeted. Our marketing is targeted. They're range homes, and they're going to be from 1,800 to 2,200 square feet, and ranging base prices from $320,000 to $360,000. And normally people option out those houses with $25,000, $30,000 worth of, about 10% of the price of the home in options. And then on the larger lots, it's a very unique product to be within city limits with water and sewer on a large lot. So that lends itself for a product that really doesn't exist in a lot of municipalities, which is a larger single-family home with the ability to do a pool. And we're seeing that in a lot of our larger lots, but normally with septic systems. But now we can do this inside city limits, and that's a great attraction to the buyer, and I think will be a great advantage to us as a builder to be able to offer a lot with a pool. So we're targeting those 2,700 to 3,500, 3,600 square feet, going from the low fours to mid fours base prices. And then there you start adding, we predict options. We have a similar project in Apex on septic, and the prices have climbed to 600, 650s with the same base prices. So we're hoping that the market will take us there when you start adding pools and third car garages and all the different options that we offer. If there's any other questions about the product or us as a builder.
How many products, thank you for that. How many, I like your name, by the way, it's really
thank
cool. How many products are of the cottage-like patio-type homes?
It will be the lots in the front.
So how many is that? Is it, I think I counted 21, but I don't know if I'm counting all
See
this.
the 21 to 22.
Okay, so that is the amount, 22, and the rest are the larger ones.
Yes.
And there's no townhomes, right? Okay.
Cottage homes have two-car garages.
Yes.
And if I may, I'm going to just ask, probably just a couple quick questions, but as president of Terrible Homes, do you have an opinion as to whether or not proposed development would injure the value of adjoining property?
I don't believe it will injure the value of any. I think we'll be right in line with the market or above the market.
And in addition to that, do you believe the use, the development will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the neighborhoods surrounding it?
Yeah, I think, like I said before, we're offering a product that really doesn't exist, which is a large lot that allows for pools and workshops and things that are just not available in current developments that are being offered today.
Okay, any other questions for this? Do you have other witnesses? You do?
Yes.
Okay, let's have you next one then.
Okay. Thank you. Nick? Excuse me.
Next, we're going to ask for Tyler Prose of Bateman Civil Engineering to come in and speak to the board.
And water.
This thing is just doing its own thing.
Mayor, Commissioners, Alliance.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Tyler Prose. I work for Bateman Civil Survey, a design firm on the plans you see. I graduated from North Carolina State with a bachelor's in civil engineering. I'm a registered EIT in North Carolina. I've been in close communication with the TRC members and review authorities for this project, and I've prepared the plans that you see on the screen. I also have some paper copies, but you can't see your screen. View 11 by 7. I'm here to answer any questions on the design specifics as best as I can. I know you had a question about the trees. I think that was.
And where are the trees on this property?
So,
Maybe they're there and I don't see the little drawings.
can I have a quick?
Use the mouse. It's got a pointer there, red line.
Okay.
If you want me to go to the enlargement.
Yeah, it should be the next one right here. The trees in question during the neighborhood meeting were down in this draw down here, which are now, all the gray area that you see on this plan is protected open space. So you'll see it throughout this area. There's a electrical easement that runs through here. There's also a lot of protected open space up through here. Can I click back? Up through here. And then, of course, in the rear of the property, it continues all the way around the rear of the property there.
So the trees, they're not throughout or they are throughout? It looks like they're around the neighborhood. I'm just trying to get clarity.
The trees that were in question during the neighborhood meeting were specifically down along these property neighbors down here.
Right, and it indicated in the information on the neighborhood meeting that some trees would be left. I don't like the word some. I don't know what some means. Was there a definitive amount of trees that was specified?
All the trees that are in this area, but this area can't be touched.
So all of them will be left along that line. I just want to make sure that that citizens' concerns are satisfied.
So anything gray on any of the sheets is protected and you can't touch?
Yes, the gray areas, well, with the exception of the stormwater ponds that will be installed. There's one right there, over here. I think the other two, there's one here that is also in open space, but this one back here is not. It just wasn't included in the protected open space percentage, the 40%.
You said protected by,
Restricted covenants, unbuildable. Yeah, we don't do it quickly. I can go ahead and speak to the trees that were up near the cemetery. That row of trees, I'm almost positive are on the cemetery's property. They were installed in a row by the cemetery. Pretty tall now.
And those will remain?
Those
Are
Is
you
that
adding
written-
addition? Oh,
Is that written down somewhere? I just need clarity.
ones.
They're on the cemetery property, they can't touch it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure they are not moved.
Yes, we can,
Cemetery.
we can put that as a restriction on the plat, of course.
I just want to be abundantly clear. We've had some tree challenges in the past. It's just nice to be clear,
Yeah.
just in case something does get
Will there be additional
misstated.
trees added?
Yes, so there's a 50-foot streetscape buffer along West Young Street. I believe the minimum UDO requirement is 30. There's an extra 20 feet up there. There was also some neighbor concerns, if you could click one more, Danny, along, I think it's Alley Bell Lane that runs north-south, just below my clicker. You might have to go to overall. And we put a 10-foot type, I want to say, I think it is B landscape buffer along the rear of these properties. Those are deep lots as is, but it is right there.
Does that graveyard belong to Rolesville Baptist Church?
It does, yes. That's the owner of record, yes, it's Rolesville Baptist.
Okay, so you said you're giving them an acre next to the graveyard?
It is 1.07 acres, and it is directly behind behind the graveyard. It will be,
So you have the new construction, then you have the buffer, then you'll have the parking lot? No?
I'll draw out in this white space in a larger square. The graveyard's in a square with West Young Street facing it.
Uh-huh.
And then we're giving an acre behind it.
Okay.
The lots that we're building are just planned south of it.
Oh, okay,
We'll
I
be
got it mixed
across
up.
There's a row of trees on the planned south side of that graveyard.
Gotcha.
Right on the
Okay.
property line. We'll be on the other side of the trees.
Gotcha.
So I had a question regarding the watershed and diverting that.
Yeah.
There's been concern in the past with the neighborhood below this to the south with runoff from that property. Just want to see if you could get into that a little bit of how that'll affect that if that watershed is moved.
So, right now, this whole front of this property is farmland, which, in a stormwater aspect, a straight row crop that's installed in straight rows has a larger runoff number than if you were to replace it with grass lawns in these houses.
Okay.
So when we go through our stormwater reviews, on a site like this, there's a few different analysis points, which are the low spots leaving the property. This is one of them, because it goes downhill south.
Right.
We have to analyze that point and make sure that we're not increasing what water is already going there.
Okay.
Along with other points, that there's another point here where this pond down here discharges over the dam and leaves the property for a little bit. We can't let more water run than is existing today, or back at the creek in the rear of the property too.
Okay.
Which we aren't touching back there. Yeah, we have to put the numbers on paper through the Wake County review and
Okay.
prove it on multiple different storm occasions. Small storms, slightly larger.
We have all large storms here, so.
Yes. The only
Recently.
storms that you don't have to are basically hurricane level storms.
Okay.
Where that's it's a free for all basically.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so Teddy had explained the project pretty dang well here. The R2 lots are gonna be curb and gutter with sidewalks. The 27-foot back-to-back section there. The mail kiosk for the property will be right behind there, real accessible for them. And then once you leave this line right here, you're going to those 30,000 square foot lots all the way back. Those are in the watershed.
So there's one mail kiosk for the entire neighborhood?
Yeah, for 96 lots. It will be one pull-off, but it'll have, multiple kiosks. It'll be like a roundabout
Like a
pull-off.
drive-up type thing? Gotcha.
You'll pull off the road. So there's sidewalks that bring you all the way back to the rear. This little snake back there is the public Town of Rolesville asphalt greenway that we'll be putting in. We have a private greenway that will connect to that so that everyone can walk. You can walk from West Young Street all the way back to the greenway. This thoroughfare here is a hair over 1,000 feet. With this plan, we will not be crossing this stream. The Corps won't let us install that to nowhere right now today. But we've, as part of the developer's agreement, we've submitted a fee in lieu for this, which we basically paid for that. And it'll sit there ready to go. When the rest of the whole extension is decided and planned out, our portion will already be paid for. So it is essentially built.
So just so I understand what you just now said, that it's paid for, but it will not be built all the way out to 401.
Yeah, the Corps won't let us, we build across our frontage, we won't build through other people's properties, but this area within our property, there's a stream that's right there in that dark gray area. The Corps won't let us just build that right now, going to nowhere and disturbing that stream any more than we really need to today, so money will be fee in lieu for this whole extension right here for us, for our property.
Fee in lieu.
I was going to say, do you understand, Ms. Sneed, that term, this may be your first encounter. So fee in lieu means that the developer has agreed to and we have verified an engineered price for that road, of which they will pay. And then when the town builds, we will use that fee towards that building of that road.
I'm familiar with that one because I heard that with Grant Falls.
Mm-hmm.
So for that road to be completed, we just have to wait for whatever development takes place.
No, it can either be, that's one strategy, or it can be initiated by the town. But we have to wait for the Corps to, your first step will be through this comprehensive transportation plan that you're about ready to embark on. You'll make a choice of where your preferred route is. Then we have to submit that to the Corps. They have to verify and approve it.
Okay.
And then you have your corridor. And then how you build it is town's choice of how you build it and when.
Okay.
Ties back to the second option over there in the back. Environmentally, we're waiting on that report to come back for the rest of it as it comes down to Holy Town.
I have a question on fee in lieu, Kelly. Is that calculated on present day dollars, future dollars? Let's talk about the
I
cost.
think it's 125%, right, Danny? Is that what
On
we?
present dollars, what was the color answer?
It's priced on present dollars, and then it is 125% of that cost that is put up.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
And is that the future Jonesville Road extension? Okay.
It'll start up here.
What you said, Jones?
Jonesville Dairy Road. I'm sorry, Jones Dairy Road.
Yeah, I thought
I'm
you said
sorry,
Jones.
Jones Dairy Road extension. Okay.
Okay, any additional questions for this witness?
I'm going to be brief.
Okay. Was that your last one?
We have one person on track that would like to bring in if possible.
Okay.
Tyler, you mentioned that you prepared all these plans and submitted those to the town of Rolesville. Is it safe to say that you're familiar with the UDO, the comprehensive plan, and all approved plans for Rolesville?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not proposed development would endanger public safety?
It would not.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed development will generally conform with the comprehensive plan and other official plans adopted by the town?
My opinion is that it would be.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the proposed development and its use is appropriately located in respect to transportation, facilities, water, sewer, fire, police protection, and other similar facilities?
Yeah.
And finally, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the proposed development and use would comply with all applicable requirements of the ordinance?
One other question before you go, Tyler. How many ponds are on here? I don't want to miscount.
Existing, there's this ginormous, beautiful one back there, and then there's another small one right here.
So the
And
darker?
then we're proposing 3 that will attenuate stormwater as well.
Gotcha. Okay. I just saw a different color and I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Did you plan on starting this?
When do we plan on starting?
Yeah. I just wanted to hear it. I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, I could let some of them
Okay.
talk to it if they have any extra to say on that, but yes, I would assume so.
I'm just saying, way to be bold and daring during this economy. So,
As Teddy said, the Raleigh market, a healthy market is about 6 months of backlog in available houses. Well, the Raleigh and surrounding areas, so Wake Forest all the way down to Cary, we're on about 2 months. So us, as design engineers and developers, I personally have been working just as much, if not more, trying to get people to the area. That's a desirable place to live.
okay, thank you.
And the last witness on behalf of the petitioner is Kevin Dean of Kinley Corner.
Kevin, before you've done this before. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening, my name is Kevin Dean. I'm with Kinley Horton Associates, located at 421 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from NC State. I've been performing traffic analysis for over 9 years, and I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina. And we help with the traffic assessment for this site before you tonight. So based on that review, this project is not anticipated to generate more than 100 AM or PM peak hour trips, which is the threshold for performing a formal traffic impact analysis. But knowing that we need to mitigate traffic impacts, we've coordinated with NCDOT and town staff to determine the improvements that were necessary. And based on that coordination, we've committed to constructing northbound right turn lanes on Young Street at the site driveways. And then we're also providing the town-required frontage widening along the section. Based on a review of existing volumes on Young Street, we found that there's adequate capacity to handle the projected site traffic today, but the additional widening that we're providing will provide additional capacity and benefit to the corridor. Therefore, it is my professional opinion that the development is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities and will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. Questions you have?
So what's the traffic rating with the change? We're always talking about the ABCDs.
Yes, ma'am. So without having performed a formal analysis, I can't give you those numbers. But we assume, given the low volume of traffic the site's going to generate and having 2 access points, we're anticipating that these would operate acceptably, given the additional capacity of the widening and the turn lane.
And the turn lane. Gotcha.
So I have a question. So coming from Main Street, going towards Averett,
North. Going north.
going north. So there will be a turn lane, passing Watkins Farms, going into the development.
At both driveways, yes, ma'am.
So coming back the other way, coming south,
Yes, ma'am.
will there be a center lane for them to turn into that development?
I don't know if one's being striped as part of this project, but Danny, correct me if the ultimate section is a 3-lane section, so I think once enough of that is completed, the width would be sufficient for a turn lane there.
For both of the entrances?
Yes, ma'am. Once it's completed, it would be.
Any other questions from the board? Attorney?
Members of the board, that is all on behalf of the petitioner. We reserve the right to answer any questions or bring up rebuttal if there
case or any other questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, is there any questions from any opponents for the applicants here? Any questions?
Okay, you got one.
Could we get a copy of the map that he mentioned he had copies of?
I think we've got several copies. We'll be glad to provide you a copy outside. We just have to see Tyler or Teddy.
Any questions? I'm gonna give the opposition now a chance to enter any evidence or anything that you have to bring forth at this time. Come up. State your name, address, please.
Eddie Freeman, 524 Everett Road. And portion of my property, well, my husband and I's property, is part of this property that's behind the cemetery. And first thing is, Sheila asked about the trees a while ago around the cemetery. Cemetery put those trees up. They're Bradford pears. They put them up about 12 years ago. And on both sides of the cemetery, when the gentleman bought the house on the north side of the cemetery, he put a property fence up. And the trees are at least 5 or 6 feet on his property. The ones on the other side are the same way. There used to be a fence there that was the property line for the cemetery, and they put the trees on the outside of that fence. So those trees are on the Gordon property. So they have a choice to do whatever they choose to with them. They're Bradford pears, so they're not a very big tree. And in the 70s, of course, I'm old enough to remember it, most of you aren't, even if you did live here. 70s, the cemetery has been there at least since the 1930s. And the graves, caskets floated because of groundwater. Is this going to cause a duplicate of that? This subdivision with all the hard surface?
Now, I am told that during a subdivision, we have to have an adequate stormwater plan in place for it to be approved. Am I correct, Mr. Town Manager?
That is a hill, and it's kind of strange that you're going to be able to do enough to keep it from happening again if we get the right kind of rainwater.
So I think that's a good question for the engineer.
Yeah.
So we will note that, and when completed, we'll bring the engineer back and ask that question.
And the other thing is, I have seen on at least 2 occasions some severe accidents, very deadly accidents at the top of that hill. People had to slow to turn in somewhere, and somebody rear-ended them. I mean, one of them was in the 60s, and there were parts all over the cemetery to go with the graves that were already there. There were body parts everywhere. So that's something that needs to take into account too.
Okay, Betty, anything else you got?
Yeah, the other thing I want to say is, on numerous occasions, we've had trespassers from that property onto ours, and something has got to be done to stop people from coming onto my property. Because mine is planted with trees, since you're interested in trees, Sheila. That's the other thing, my husband has some more trees.
Thank you, Betty. George, you got anything?
I do.
State your name and address, George, for the record.
My name is George Garcia. I'm a retired petroleum engineer. We've had some issues in this property. We've had 4 sets of people that we have been able to document crossing into our property. 3 of them we had to take to court. 2 of them were related to the developer. Actually, the surveyors were in my property surveying. They got stuck. They went ahead and got the gentleman who does the landscaping for the cemetery, Mr. Reeves, to take the sign down and get a large record to pull a truck that they had stuck in my property. In May, this past May, we had a set of individuals that got stuck in the same location again, not related to the developer, but they said that they had been given permission or told that they could come through into our property. I had a lady and a gentleman who got stuck, and then they had a 4-year-old child, and they were in my property, running around, and they could have gotten hurt. We're the deep pocket in this case. Okay? We have had our lawyers, our local lawyers, we have 2 sets of law firms that represent us. The local lawyers have contacted the developer, Mr. Whitley, and we've tried to come to an agreement to see if we can put a fence or something to keep the people out. We have no interest in any way hurting the development in any way. We just want to be able to enjoy our property. The property is managed for forestry, and we have a strip in the right-of-way that we have planted with pollinating plants for the bees, perennial. We want to keep that. We have no interest in selling the property. We have no interest in anybody asking us about our health, which has been happening already. Very denigrating. When are we going to die so we can sell the property? Or buy it? That's not appropriate. We've asked for a fence to be put all the way down along the border of the property. And they sort of agreed to a certain extension to it, but not beyond the right-of-way of the power line, the Wake Electric power line, and down to the corner. And that's where people have been crossing. Okay. They have not agreed to an agreement, a written agreement, and Wright Whitley initially developed the Elizabeth Springs development, and that they sold it. Even if they agree verbally to put a fence, and that fence it would not be enforceable if they sell it to someone else. Okay? And lastly, 2 things. One is the grading, the sheet flow has been, from that property, has been going into our land. Been a lot of wetland impact in our land where sedimentation was coming that way. About 1.5 years or so ago, there was a large, about a 50 or 100 year rainfall here at one time, and everything went out on our land and out on East Young Street. We have taken care on our land when we went and reforested the land to contour it in such a way to control any type of runoff from our land. And eventually, in the next couple of years, as the trees grow, it will be taken care of that way. Okay? The other thing is that a statement was made here about the extension of Joe's Dairy. I have an email here from gentleman Joey Hopkins, who is the district engineer, and there are no plans for that extension to happen till 2045. I'll be glad to share it with you. It came fresh this morning to me. I knew that it was that, but I went to confirm and make sure that plans have not changed. There's no money or planning that is happening for that, so that's going to be a while. Any grading that is done for this project needs to be taken into account sheet flow into our property. Okay? I appreciate your time.
Thank you, George. I think I heard the question about the fence, so let's make sure we get an answer on that. Okay. Is there any others here in opposition that has a question for the applicants?
Did you want to pass those maps out to folks that wanted them, just in case they need them for reference? You're welcome.
Have you been sworn in? Okay. Robin, can you do that, please?
Mike, excuse me. I want to get one of those maps.
Oh, you want one?
I want one as well.
Have a few board members that look like they want.
I would like one.
We're having some
afraid I'm
technical
down to
issues.
one.
Yeah, we're having some technical issues with our computers over here.
Thank you very much.
I'm good, I have mine. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I just have some comments.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Laura Logan, 109 Watkins Farm Road. So my property backs up to the front of this development. I would like to know if we're going to have any kind of buffer between the development and the houses on Watkins Farm Road, whether that be privacy fence or trees or something. As Watkins Farm is all 1 acre lots, we want to maintain that privacy and how those lots look now. And then I had another concern about the water. Currently, we have quite a bit of water runoff in our neighborhood. There have been times when the front of my yard has run off full to the brim of the swells. And so I'm very concerned about any development behind us and having that taken care of. So I understand that, you know, the developers are going through that process, but I think that there is a pretty big cause for concern as far as the water is concerned.
I have a quick question for you. When you say Watkins Farm Road, are you straight down the road or are you off in that cul-de-sac to the right?
I'm the second house in.
Oh,
On the left, as you turn in, so hers backs up to this development.
gotcha. Okay.
Yes, we right now do not have any back neighbors, and we will gain how many? 2 because of this. So we definitely would like to have some sort of buffer there.
Okay.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, any other questions for the applicant from opposition? George?
What were the speed limits used to do the traffic study? Had an issue before on another traffic study that could potentially affect us, and the speed limits were antiquated.
Okay.
In other words, we're looking at 45 miles an hour and 55 miles an hour, and that's all been changed.
Yes, it's 35 now, right, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, 35 and 45, yeah.
Thank you.
So that creates an accordion effect on the front twos when you're dealing with that.
Okay.
Thanks, George.
Thank you.
Any other questions from opposition? Okay, we'll give, in the board, we'll give the time for the applicants to address those questions, please.
Members of the board, so we do have our surveyor here, and I may call him in for purposes of just discussing, to the extent it's important to the board, now cognizant of your time, the issue of the trees along the cemetery, if that is something you'd like to hear. But I think Teddy probably has some, Bill, he can answer some of these questions as well. So I may feed him a little bit about some of the things that came up in opposition, but I'm gonna let Teddy come up and speak if that's okay, to some of those comments.
Hey, thank you. There's only, I guess, a couple of things I can speak to. The speed limits, I'm going to have Kevin come back in and speak to that from Kimley Horn and what they looked at. And as far as the buffers, we do recognize your concern, and I think you're the second lot, is that correct? So as Tyler had stated, a lot of that water is draining down that corner. So we've been asked to address that as far as how do we avoid any additional runoff. So I think the storm ponds and the control and the grading and so forth is being addressed with erosion sediment control. Okay.
Do you have a retainage pond on that side of the project?
Tyler, he can point that out. I can't see. I don't think I can see. I don't have my plan on me. No. But I'll let Tyler speak to that. He can speak much better to the engineering aspects of the grading and water.
Well, while you're here, so you want to have to jump up and down. This is the second time we've heard from Mr. Garcia and his wife about people being on their property.
Right. I want to.
Can you fix that?
Well, okay. So as a developer, and I do not currently own the property. Okay. We're going to be closing on the property as soon as I receive our final permits, a couple weeks later. Okay. Just as we have with all the other properties. But I would like to speak to a couple of comments he made.
Okay.
I received a call from his attorney last week, and his attorney asked me if we were to be able to provide something to Mr. Garcia and Ms. Freeman, that they may come in here with, either being quiet or speaking in favor of the subdivision, which is what their attorney, Jeremy Adams, said to me, and that if we would put up a fence. Well, I'd already included the fence on the plat. If you'll notice along their property line, wherever there's lots, we've included a fence on the lot line. And Mr. Wilson, Commissioner Wilson, I think you and I had a discussion. And the discussion was, hey, Teddy, is there anything that you can do to, kind of help your neighbor out as far as trying to delineate maybe a potential fence or something like that? So I said, yes, absolutely. There's no problem there. So we were thinking about what you guys may want in the future. And so we included that on our plan. Now, as far as putting a fence down the entire property line, I mean, as a developer, my goal is to put a community in place or a property in place. And then when the homeowners come, I can't control the traffic. I can't control if a kid jumps the fence because there's a ball that's been thrown over a fence, or a ball has been hit, too far, or a kid just runs out. I can't control that. I live in a subdivision. My kids hit baseballs all the time, and the neighbor comes over and tosses the ball back, but I can't.
What is the linear footage of the fence you plan to install?
1,091 feet.
Okay.
Of fence.
And you point to it with the pointer. You should have the pointer next to you.
So, forgive me, I've not been allowed to go to my eye doctor lately, but if you look along these lots right here, and then it goes up to the last lot, or potential, because you see that corridor that could potentially come through there, right?
Gotcha.
No, you're up. You're in the wrong. You need to go up, Teddy.
No,
Up
that's not it.
to the north.
Yeah, to
Go north.
Keep on going up.
right here.
Up.
To the corner.
Here, I'll drive. I'll drive. Here's your fence.
It's just hard to see on the.
And I definitely can't see from back here.
It is hard. So start in here.
Right. So every,
Along here.
right. So
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's not where the fence is at.
Shows on the plan.
Well, okay, but the fence is showing, I thought it was just along there and right up there. So we've included the fence as well up there.
Okay, two locations. For the one he pointed out, and then the lower down
And
to
the
your
lower.
left.
In the lower lots.
Yeah, okay.
So that we've created a barrier. There are some locations where there are no lines, right? It's just a stream there, we're not putting any lines. So we try to put something in place that would create a barrier. As far as the past trespassing, my engineers were out on the property. They were doing some surveying, and they were down in the ditch bottom underneath the power lines in that area, and they did encroach on his property. They were turning their vehicles around. Mr. Garcia approached them. Mr. Reeves was, I think, working at the cemetery at the time, and he went down there to try to help them, assist them to get off his property. I think that's when Mr. Garcia and Miss Betty, Miss Freeman, approached Mr. Reeves, and there was a lawsuit that followed that. But Mr. Reeves was trying to help get those guys off of his property. They actually They actually took a bobcat out there, or whatever the equipment they used. They leveled the area that they had tore up from trying to get the vehicles off the property that was actually in the easement where the power lines go. And then they laid wheat down and fixed it up to, my understanding, to your satisfaction. At least
That was not a problem.
that was not a problem. So they actually went out and did the work to fix that problem. So we've tried to talk to our folks, be it the Corps guys, be it the engineers, to make sure they were cognitive of the property north, which is the Freeman Trust property. And we've done everything, or at least I have tried to communicate everything in my power to stay off of the property. As far as future, once the lots are sold and the homes are there and the families are all in the properties, there's nothing I really can do to stop anyone from trespassing.
So I want to address what you just talked about as far as the surveyor, I think you said, went out to the property. So is that a conversation that takes place with the owners of the property if they're going to be coming up? Just if someone's coming in my yard, I want to.
Well, they were on the property we are working, but they were on our property.
They access their property to get to it. I'm
Well,
just
they
trying
were
to
down at
clarify.
the bottom. They were down at the bottom where the power lines are.
Is
And
it their property? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
when they turned around, they got on their property. When they turned around in that ditch, I call it a creek bank, right? When they turned around, they got onto his property and tore up his dirt trying to get off of it.
May I correct? They were surveying in my property, in my wife's property. They had the stakes out there, they were not supposed to be there. They were there, okay? Because they had to pull the stakes out.
Yeah, I'm not a surveyor. I'm not a surveyor.
I am an engineer.
Yeah, so I'm not a surveyor, but I don't know what they had to do to go to delineate their property from our property.
What I'm asking though is, obviously things have to be done, right? You
Right.
got to get work done. I get that. Communicate. We just had Ting come in our neighborhood and tear up our grass. So it would have been nice to know they were tearing up our grass for a purpose, right?
Right.
It just helps, it makes for a better relationship when we can communicate. And I know a lot of times from the developer level, you may not be able to control some things. You're not involved in every single detail. But I do think it's important that it be a good working relationship and it gets communicated from the top down to whoever's actually doing the actual labor. We've seen this with Carlton Point, where folks are out there doing different things. So we just want to make sure there's good relations, communication with our neighbors when things are happening. I think that this helps the
And I
process.
agree with you 100%. I haven't seen too many mistakes that we've made or that we've made. I think it was an accident, and I think they did everything in their power to make
To
that
fix
right.
it. Good. Good.
So moving forward, you said something about the attorney said somebody has to be quiet tonight in order for you to put the fence up? Did I
The
not
attorney-
understand that?
The attorney said to me, if you could agree to put a fence up, then maybe they would come in favor or just be quiet and not speak to the board in
Okay.
regards to objection to the subdivision.
So you're agreeing to put the fence up,
That's correct.
but are you in disagreement for the length of the fence?
Well, hold on, hold
I'm
on.
just
Let's keep it in order.
How do we, I'm just trying to figure out how do we get past this
So
so
we'll
we can
let you
move
ask
on?
them that question when they
Okay.
come back up, okay?
Gotcha.
So, just address the person at the mic.
Okay.
So
you're gonna do it to a certain length, is what you're saying?
Well, I did it based on where their property sits and to try to create some barrier for them during the development process that would help to create a delineation of their property and the property that's being developed. So
Okay.
we're putting a 6-foot fence, 1,091 feet long.
Gotcha, thank you.
Okay.
And that's all I can speak to. We can have the other guys come in and talk to the speed limits and the other.
Sounds good.
Petitioner's going to recall Kevin Dean, who previously been sworn.
While that transition is happening, just as a point of clarity, references that a witness makes to something that someone said where that person is not here at the hearing, that is not evidence that you can consider as part of your decision. That is hearsay.
Why even hear it then? Why not stop that conversation?
And can you give me an example of what you're talking about?
The board certainly has the power, and the mayor can stop that
So
at any time.
You're referring to the attorney said this, said that?
Yeah, I know, I need to know what you're talking about.
The immediately
That's what it
prior
was.
witness was telling us allegedly what an attorney told
Right.
him about a fence.
Gotcha.
It's your thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm back in to answer the question about the speed limits, make sure we're all on the same page. So without having done a formal traffic analysis, there's no incorporation of speed limits in analysis. You're correct that when we do an analysis and we build a network, incorporating speed limits and lane widths, I apologize, is an important factor of the analysis, but ours was based on the trip generation alone of the site, which confirmed that a formal analysis was not required. But when it comes to speed limits, NCDOT and the town certainly look at speed limits when determining appropriate roadway design standards. So in terms of a traffic analysis, those weren't necessary to be incorporated with what we did, but when it gets to roadway design, those are incorporated at that time.
And what was that TIA based on as far as DOT? Like what date are those standards? I just want to know for
Of what, I'm sorry?
DOT standards, like what date are those standards? Do you know what date that is?
I don't know when they're written, but they're constantly updated and applied. So whenever we go into a project like this, we have a scoping meeting with DOT and the town to see what the requirements of a traffic study would be. And so DOT and the town both have standards for what that's going to require, and at that time, DOT and the town are both enforcing the most current standards that they have.
So we don't know what year. Danny, do we know what year those standards are? I don't know if they're updated annually. Are they from 1965? I'm just trying to get some idea, just from my own knowledge.
I think the roadway design standards, I might be speaking a little bit out of turn, but at least in 2018 was the last time. I know that was a recent date, but the traffic analysis standards are maintained almost automatically by NCDOT congestion management. Whenever there's a change in the industry based on trip generation procedures or analysis procedures, NCDOT and the town, once those are adopted, those carry through until the industry sets another change. Is that a fair statement, then?
Danny, did you have something to add? You look, you had something to add?
Well, let me just clarify two things. DOT has a standard for what requires a traffic impact analysis, and their threshold is higher than what the UDO spells out. His reference to the UDO is specifically what triggers a traffic impact analysis for a preliminary plat subdivision. And it did not meet that threshold when he provided the data. You have that letter in your file that says it is less than the 100 peak morning or afternoon and less than 1,000 daily. So therefore, traffic impact analysis is not required. Our standard is stricter than NCDOT. DOT is a little higher. I think theirs is
3,000 daily.
3,000 daily.
So I saw one of the peak times being 98 trips, and you just said 100 trips.
100 is our top. It has to go over 100.
Right, but we're at 98 on one of the peaks I saw, or did I see that wrong?
98 is less than 100.
Exactly right.
It is less than 100. Is there some variance? Because that's awfully close.
Specific says it has to be 100 or more.
And that's DOT or ours, Rolesville?
UDO.
The UDO?
Yes, ma'am.
And DOT is higher than that?
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And this was a year old? This is based on a year-old analysis? Things have changed.
So the trip generation, which was the basis for this assessment, is based on standards that are still current today. And so the Institute of Transportation Engineers collects a lot of data for individual land uses like single-family homes. Those are set as the basis. I think the 10th edition was published in 2017. And so that data is literally hundreds of data points they've collected for single-family home developments. That data is applied in this case to determine what the trip generation potential of this site would be.
But that's a year old, though. I'm still stating, like, well, if the data is a year old, and you're just, you're chopping away at trying to get to the final piece of your project, how is that still relevant to today?
As long as the number of units that we've analyzed matches what was included in our trip generation analysis, we find our analysis to still be
So what if it was 2 years old? It would still be valid today?
Yes. One point I think that you probably see on other studies, if a project has been required to collect traffic counts, so there's a development, the threshold has been met, they generate 200 peak hour trips, they have to go out and collect turning movement counts, those turning movement counts are only valid for 1 year. So
Okay.
after a year, new traffic counts have to be collected, or traffic is sometimes grown at an annual growth rate to account for growth in an area, and then those can be used. In this case, since the basis is just trip generation, and that's an industry standard, until the industry publishes something new, DOT and the town have not identified any better data to use, and that's the industry accepted procedure for traffic analysis.
And that's maximum build-out of the subdivision at 96 units.
Correct.
So that's why it's static, because it's based upon the build-out of the subdivision.
Of just that project, not any surrounding?
That's right.
Oh.
If it was 97 units, we would have to update an analysis with the town and NCDOT to confirm that no additional improvements were necessary to mitigate those impacts. Peak hour is typically the biggest one that you're looking at, because that's when, so in a peak hour, typically occurs between 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the afternoon. That's industry standard for DOT in the town. So we look at those peaks when evaluating how much traffic is going to generate.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant?
If I may, Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Dean to address one more issue that was brought up in opposition, and that was that there have been bad wrecks on the road and how the transportation design may impact that.
Correct. So I'm not the one that's performed the roadway design, but I do know that NCDOT and the town will both make sure that roadway design standards are met to ensure adequate sight distance, which is your ability to see looking left and right when making a turn out of your neighborhood. That's sight distance. So DOT is going to make sure that those standards are met. And in looking at NCDOT, they have what they call the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP. That program is designed to map crashes and crash patterns at intersections and roadway segments that meet safety warrants throughout the state. And looking at that mapping, segments of Young Street in front of our project, as well as generally adjacent intersections, do not meet any of those safety warrant thresholds. So we don't, that data generally points to there not being crashes meeting warrants. And based on our design having to meet DOT standards, we do not believe that it will cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. So don't want to ever diminish crashes, but there's nothing about our site that we find is going to cause a hazard to the traffic.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. I know several of you are ready, so let's start with George, I think, because the board had a question for George. So George, do you have anything else to ask? Step up to the mic if you don't mind.
Yes, a statement that Mr. Whitley made a while ago. A statement that Mr. Whitley made a while ago that my lawyers try to coerce some type of a response from him, positive response. It was not authorized by us. We wanted a fence all the way down. That was a requirement, and we want it written so that it would be enforceable. Both the lawyers that contacted him and our second law firm, who is not involved in this but does work for us, both of them have told us that it needs to be written so it can be enforceable in the future in case Mr. Whitley decides to sell the project, just like he did with the Elizabeth Springs project. Turn it over. Whoever the new owner is has to be, we have to be able to get him to put the fence up. And we would like to have that fence all the way down beyond the right-of-way. There's already a precedent in Wake Forest, right on the other side of Jenkins Road, right on the other side of the fire department there. They have a station down there where they have put a fence that is detachable in a right-of-way. That's the main avenue that people are using to get into our property. As he said before, once he leaves, it's our problem. We are the owners of the adjoining property.
If I may question our town attorney, because this issue is in litigation, do we really have any authority?
So the issue of The issue that there is the fact of litigation, to the extent we know that at the hearing, I don't know that it applies to anything that you need to consider. However, with regard to the fence, I believe I have heard that the developer has added to the plan a commitment to add fencing of in excess of 1,000 feet.
Yes.
If staff would confirm that that is shown on the plan as a requirement, and if not, we would add it as a condition of our approval, because it has been offered by the applicant, and that nails it down and it's enforceable.
Okay.
It isn't.
It what? Did you say it isn't?
If 1,000 feet would be enforceable if we put it in as part of the agreement.
If either it's already on the plan, in which case it's going to be a note or an illustration on the plan of one of the requirements for the lots, it would be enforceable that way as a zoning matter. Alternatively, if it were added as a condition to your order of approval for this permit, it would be enforceable. In both ways, in that case, it would also be recorded with the Register of Deeds.
It looks like it's on page 10, if you're looking at our maps right now.
Okay.
So, Michelle, did George answer your question, or you need a follow-up question to him?
Yes and no, because
I
it
have
doesn't.
viewing problems.
Okay, it doesn't seem like. Maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like the fence is going to go as long as you want it to go.
It needs to go beyond that right away, because, and it's another 50 to 100 feet on the other side, because that is the main access point. They get through there, we have four-wheelers going in. Some people we've caught, other people have gotten in there, and I can see the tracks in our property.
So I guess a little bit based on what Jackie said as well. So that isn't a town issue for us. That's something between you and the developer.
The developer, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So how do we get beyond this so we can?
But eventually it will become a town issue, because you're taking that property into the town, are you not? So
But
you're
understand, I'm not diminishing what your wants. I'm not. I'm just asking legally. It's not something that.
But I'm not a lawyer.
It's not something that we are concerning ourselves with. Correct?
Again, for purposes of the findings of fact that you need to make for this hearing, we have questions as to whether the neighborhood as proposed has been properly designed so as to be in harmony with the neighborhood,
Gotcha.
so as not to impact public safety. So to that extent, if there is a commitment to a fence, clearly that's relevant.
Okay.
As to whether the parties have a legal dispute is utterly irrelevant to your considerations.
Okay.
The trespassing issue had become a nuisance.
Okay.
And
I just didn't know where it was going. I felt.
I will be very direct with you, and not intended to offend anybody, but we have found some tawdry items in our property. And that's as far as I want to go.
Okay. No, I just.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
Thank
So you
thank
answered my
George.
question. So thank you.
Well, I saw Mr. Bissett first, so let him speak, and then we'll get. I'm letting whoever go I see first. So
Okay, I
I
apologize.
think you'd have to be swearing in. Yeah.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, yes. I apologize for ignorance about this process. 20 years ago, we went through something similar when we built our home. Looking at the map, it's hard for me to imagine that anyone's going to be impacted any more than we are. And this was a surprise to me when I came in.
Where's
So
your
I was
home?
gonna come and,
Where's your home?
it is, as you look at the map, where Mellenbrook Way ends.
Which map are you looking at? Let's see. Open that map up for a second.
hardly see
I'm sorry?
Open your map up so we can see what page you're on.
It's on the major one, the one that shows everything. It's the road that is proposed to cross the property and continue on to Pulleytown.
Okay. Thank
20
you.
years ago, when we built our home, that road was projected to go a different way. Now it's going right through our 2 acres, separating my pond and my barn from my home, and going right through the middle of our circle driveway, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think maybe Kelly explained what's going on there with that extension. None of those, it's two options up there, and they hadn't been approved. It has to be approved by DOT, and, you know, I think the one that you're talking about is the one that's more towards the center of the subdivision?
Correct.
Yeah. I think that one has issues with water crossings and stuff, and
So much of that is wetlands.
Yeah.
True, yeah.
so
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we point out what area we're talking about for the public? It is very difficult to read this map, even in here, so I can imagine the public has no clue what we're talking about.
so
my primary concern was making mention of it now. I felt like if I didn't mention it now, it might be too late to address it later. And certainly I have concerns because it's cutting our 2 acres right through the middle.
I'd like to see it pointed out. Would you, Kelly, do you have it where you can point it?
Go ahead, I think David.
yeah, and actually, we have control over that decision because we have to do the transportation plan, and that's
Right.
going to be part of the transportation plan.
All right.
You can see how this is hard to see. Okay, so I think the gentleman lives right here, is that right, sir?
Sir, is that right?
So, Mike, is this where you live, right here?
I'm sorry, I can't see that.
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
eyesight's not great. May I look?
No? Now we want,
Is there one?
that TV's done.
You can go to this one.
The TV's still here.
It is at the end of the road, the proposed road.
I see it now.
No, you can't
So,
read the
right
word.
here, is that right? This
Okay.
is the property in question.
Yeah.
Can you see? This is the property in question.
That is correct, sir.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so. Now, Danny, if you go back. Sorry. Okay, so Danny, make sure I do this right. When this subdivision came in initially, your current transportation plan calls for this road to be extended, as Danny explained, in the future. And all it had was a line. So this is the line that was chosen at this stage for this. So as we discussed in the, as was discussed earlier, we've met with the Corps, and the Corps says, when we do a permitting process, you have to have an alternative. And they said, pick your best alternative now that might be successful, that would have less crossings. And when we looked at this, as you discussed already, this has much stormwater conflicts. So therefore, when we sat down with the developer, we negotiated this alternative route out here that will be reviewed also, and you'll make this decision in the comprehensive transportation plan in the next year. You hear more about this in development agreement coming up. This decision will be made, and if this is the preferred line that you say you want in your CTP, this would be the one that would be presented to the Engineer Corps along with this one. And ultimately, when we get the right choice, and this is potentially the one, it'll be this one or this one. How we landed on this, though, is under current information and best guess what was going to happen out here under today's information and what we know. So that's why there are two routes being proposed in this subdivision that will go through an evaluation.
Mr. Arlen, is it safe to say that this is a town decision?
Yes, and if I may address one other question Mr. Diaz brought up about the year. Mr. Diaz introduced a statement, I believe, from Mr. Joey Hopkins. It said that DOT, this is not going to be constructed by DOT until 2045. This could be a local street also.
Yeah.
A local Rolesville street, which could be under control and developed by the town of Rolesville at any time. So if it's a DOT, we would be restricted to DOT funding and evaluation and timing. Or if the town chooses to develop this initially, it would be a town road and be funded and built by the town. So, and there is no schedule whatsoever for this road right now, from the town's perspective.
But if we chose that option, just hypothetically, what happens to that initial option?
This stays as is,
But I'm worried about the end of it. I'm worried about
and it'll be.
sub-outs and what's left there.
It would be essentially just kept here and never be used in the future. So we'll get into that in the development agreement. The development agreement says when this is chosen, this site would therefore be kept as a right-of-way, but never to be used for road.
Gotcha.
And that is the only way for them to get to the back portion of that project.
That portion through this way?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think you're next. And I don't recall your name. Was it Logan?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually had some clarifying questions I wanted to ask about the traffic study. Can we bring them back in, or is that?
Yeah, ask your questions and we'll bring them back in.
So I wanted to know about the demographics that go into the initial study for, I'm sorry, I can't remember the name of it.
Chandler's Ridge.
No, for the amount, for the number of trips that she had brought up earlier.
Trip
If we're-
generation.
Yeah, if we're right at 98, what were some of the inputs that would have gotten us to that number? I understand it's an industry standard, but I would like to know, do demographics come into play because of their targeted market for older homeowners in ranch-style houses? Or are they taking into account that it could be families in any of those ranch-style houses? You have kids coming in and out for school. You have two parents most of the time who have jobs. So I guess I'm having a rough time seeing how 96 units would not produce more than 100 trips. Having two drivers or two-income household.
Okay, good question. We'll get that answered. Betty, I think you raised your hand to either rebuttal or ask a question.
I've heard 3 comments, and I want to make a comment about it. First thing is, this right-of-way through the middle of our property and through his property too, or the property he's wishing to develop. There'll be no development on it, so people are just going to assume that it's okay for them to go through there at any time. We've already had hunters come through there with guns, and one of them has even threatened my husband. We've brought him up on charges and had him charged with trespassing. It's got to stop. I mean, we want our privacy. We want to maintain our land and keep it, and keep people off of it. It's got to be done somehow. The traffic issue. The town of Rolesville has approved between Chandler Ridge and 98 Highway, somewhere between, and down the edge of Jones Dairy, somewhere around 2,000 houses to be built. Do you think that's not going to have an effect on traffic on Averett Road? And Wake Forest just approved a bunch of houses to be built on Averett Road on the other side of 98.
Objection, relevance.
Suggestion?
Ma'am, we need to focus on this project, and as to the issue that they were not required to do a traffic impact analysis, which would bring in those matters. The only thing that's relevant with regard to traffic here would be safety, which is an issue that needs to be discovered. And the issue in terms of their obligations was to determine the peak hour trips developed from this site, which was less than 100. Those are the two things that are at play here. And just so it's clear for everyone, if this had been a larger development or a denser development, it would have triggered a traffic impact analysis, and neighboring properties, planned properties would all have come into that evaluation. But because this is a low-density conservation subdivision, it is not triggered. Does that make sense from the legal side? Okay.
Go ahead, Betty. Just kind of limit it to, the development.
Yeah, it's not gonna change your mind. That's it.
Thank you, Betty. Any other oppositions? Well,
We did not authorize our lawyers in any way to make a statement like if they extended the fence. We wanted an agreement that the fence would be extended beyond that right of way. That's it. I will be talking to that firm tomorrow morning after the statement that was made here.
Okay.
That was not our intent, or did we ask them to do that? Okay.
thank you, George. In keeping score, I think we got one question we need your transportation guy to answer for us, engineer. I think it had to do with the demographics of the folks that's living there and how that impacts traffic studies.
We'll call Kevin Dean back up.
Okay.
We also had a question about the buffer between Watkins Farm and this new one, didn't we?
I thought he mentioned that.
I just want to make sure we covered
Okay.
it. That was her question. I just didn't know if it was.
All right,
answered.
we'll ask Teddy that then.
Yeah.
I think we're back for the question of the basis of trip generation, correct? So the data points that are collected are at a range of sites across the country. Recently, with the 10th edition of ITE Trip Generation Manual, they have actually further broken out the classifications in single-family homes to general urban suburban areas, dense multi-use urban areas, and then city center. So clearly for this area, general urban suburban would be the classification. Hundreds of data points for single-family homes for that use, spanning all different demographics. And so as an industry, it has been decided that data is an appropriate basis for trip generation. Now, as to the question of senior adults, typically those sites are found to generate fewer peak hour trips. In fact, there are classifications within ITE that break out senior adult, attached or detached, depending on what type of land use there might be. And for those uses consistently generate fewer peak hour traffic. Now, the key to remember is that we're not saying that 96 homes generates only 98 trips in the morning. That's the afternoon, sorry, that's the afternoon. It's that 98 trips in one single peak hour, and then other trips from the development are generated across the rest of the day. And so it's one centralized peak hour, and that's based on hundreds of data points in ITE trip generation.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute, I have a question. Who talks about the water? There was a drainage question that came up again. I do have another question about that.
Okay.
Is there any possibility that what you all are planning to do over there in terms of drainage would positively impact the surrounding houses?
I'm a traffic engineer.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm getting you all confused. I'm delirious, I guess.
That's a great question. We'll bring Tyler back up next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was walking across when I heard the question, so.
Hi. I was just wondering, based on the plans, what you all plan on developing back there, is there any possibility that the systems that you're going to put in place in regards to the drainage, the excess water, would that possibly positively impact the houses that are already there?
Yes, when I initially came, I was talking about the analysis points throughout the project. We can't let more water leave the site than is initially there. So if we did do the numbers and say they did grow in terms of runoff, we would have to put in some sort of detaining device, yes. The numbers now do not show that. We would be replacing the straight row crops with grass and houses. The grass helps so much compared to these crops that are running off onto these properties that the houses don't cause more issue. That the grass helps more than the houses hurt, and it ends up better.
So it could,
Yes, we wouldn't get approval to build out here unless unless we provided a plan that would reduce the stormwater runoff. We would not get approved.
For the surrounding homes?
For everybody, all around, yes. Doesn't matter where it is.
But you would know to a degree that could possibly help.
Oh, I've already ran the numbers. They're all reduced. They are reduced throughout the whole property. Everywhere where stormwater leaves this property, it will be reduced in stormwater runoff.
Okay, all right,
Doesn't
thank
get an approved plan without that.
Okay, so when you keep saying that, then it brings my question back again, because I'm not referring to your development. I'm referring to the surrounding homes that would be impacted by your development.
Yeah, they would see less.
Okay, all right, just making sure. Thank you.
I think there was a question about the cemetery, and those lots up there sit below the cemetery too, as well. So it's coming off the cemetery onto our lots up there.
Okay.
Okay, so board, I think we've addressed everything from the public, so we're winding down here. So any questions from the board to civil engineer? This is the time, because we won't bring them back after we send them away. Questions?
Will we ask about the buffer with this one? Okay.
That's not the civil engineer, is it?
Okay.
You don't do the buffers, do you?
He does buffers.
I can speak to the fact that there's, within our use and surrounding residential uses, per the Rolesville UDO, there is no required buffer in place, or required to be put on between our residential lots and their residential lots. The
Yeah.
UDO states.
Is that more of a site plan question than what we at this point?
Let me assist with this real quickly. Unified Development Ordinance has a section called landscaping, and in that landscaping, it talks about buffers, and it's based off of a table of surrounding existing development to proposed development.
Right.
Do you mind
In
taking
this-
off?
I'm sorry, in this case, in the comparison to that table, you have similar size lots. Now, I know they're not the same, but within the threshold of what determines a buffer to be done, when you get to less than 6,000 square feet, requires a buffer. When you're above 6,000 square feet between each other, it does not require a buffer between single-family residents that are over 6,000 square feet. And that's what the fact is, these are stating to. And that section with Watkins Glen does not require a buffer. They did request in a section further north, adjacent to there, it's noted on the drawings, approximately, now it's still here. I apologize, the pointer went away. But it's in that upper corner over there that they got noted on the drawings, if you zoom in, about a type B buffer can be done.
Okay.
And then everything is identified on the plans where buffers are identified and required. And the wooden fence is also identified. There is a section between the power easement going north to that corner, that they did not do a fence there. And I believe there's a reason why you left that section out. One, they don't know that they can get a fence on the easement because there's an electric power line. But beyond the easement over to the corner of the Garcia's property, that's another question. I don't want to muddy up the water, but I got to make that point.
Does that answer your question, Paul?
Yeah, I'm just concerned about that. It's the row of houses right there, 19 to 24, that are butting up against
Well, you
Watkins
can
Farm.
require it if you want to,
You
ask
can
them
see
to.
numbers? Wow.
Well, it's a smaller.
If you want to ask them to add that, we can do that. Any more questions for this engineer? Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming out tonight. So we still got a transportation engineer. Any question from the board for transportation engineer? And what was the third one you had? You had another witness?
The builder.
I was thinking it was 3 engineers, maybe not.
I thought we covered all the bases.
Okay.
I've been marking them off.
All right, so let's bring Teddy back out and address Paul's question about the buffer, if you would. And I think that may be all the questions.
If I may, as just a point of reference, what is the question about the project?
Just if there's, my question would be, is there anything existing right there right now, tree-wise, between your southernmost border with Watkins Farm Road? And is there any plans to put a buffer in there to differentiate those? Your,
Which house?
your plots are 19 through, say, 24, and Watkins Farm subdivision.
But it's not, is it required? For?
It's not required.
It's not required, right?
So what are you looking at? So is there a 20-foot buffer here? Is that what that is? On the setback? There's a setback, right? 20-foot setback, correct?
There's a building setback
Yeah,
there.
the building setback. So, I don't know, to scale. Is this thing to scale?
Can't see it.
So basically the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots, is what you're saying?
Yeah, we had a question from the public regarding that.
We got a person that would like to see a buffer put in there.
What, meaning like a fence is what you're talking about?
A fence or some guarantee that our tree line will stay intact, because there is a tree line there.
How about a 6-foot fence? I'll just put along those 5 lots. Are we good with that?
I would be happy with that.
All right, we'll note it on the plans.
So is it 19 through 24, Teddy, you're talking about?
We'll put a 6-foot fence there.
That'd be 6 lots, 19 through 24.
19, well, yep, I got it, yeah.
24, is that correct?
19, 20, 21.
Yeah, because those are the
That's
smaller
6
lots. Those are once you get past that, I feel like you're getting into the bigger lots and everything else. So, you know, the smaller lots definitely.
23 and 24 go the other direction. That's why I'm asking.
No.
Oh, here.
Am I looking at the wrong one?
Okay,
This is West Young.
last call for the board. Any additional questions for Teddy?
So all I need to, and forgive me, and may I ask a question? So I just need to note that on the plans, correct? So it's a condition if whatever the board decided to be a
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah, just,
And if we approve it, I think we're gonna note it in the motion.
It'll be in the order.
Okay, fair enough.
But any more questions for Teddy?
Your attorney's going to write it in the order.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming out tonight, Teddy. I think that wraps up the questions for you.
Okay.
And any questions for the applicant's attorney? All right. I appreciate you coming out too.
So we,
One
You can
last
stay, Teddy, you can stay.
one last chance for the staff to add anything. Danny, anything you want to add?
Just 2 points quickly. The application was for single-family homes. There was no classification of age restriction on that.
take your mask off.
I apologize, I keep forgetting that. This is an application for single-family homes of any age group. There was no classification of
Right.
housing on this, so there was no reduction or consideration, particularly with the numbers that it presented. So with that said, this has been reviewed by the Technical Review Committee. It recommends that it meets the standards. Staff has reviewed the proposed plan, and as a conservation subdivision, it does meet the requirements of the UDO.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Danny? Okay, well, I'm gonna close this public hearing, and I will turn it over to the board for deliberations.
I'm gonna make a motion, and then we can deliberate. Okay. I move that we approve PR 1802 Chandler's Ridge for the preliminary subdivision plat, subject to approval of the development agreement, which is coming up next, with addition that we're adding a 6-foot fence to be noted on the site plans to, behind lots 19 through 24, and a 1,000-foot fence on the site plan, as Teddy noted, on the Garcia Freeman property.
Okay, got a motion?
Were those all the conditions? I just
Go
want to
ahead.
make sure.
Commissioner Wilson, there was also mention of a tree line along the cemetery that is believed to have been planted on the other side of the line, but it was only believed to have been planted there. There was also testimony that the trees, the Bradford pears, actually may be in their canopy over that line. and there was a commitment from one of the parties for the developer that those would not be removed or damaged. Is that still the case? Just to clarify, I believe that was the second condition. You're not going to trim back the,
We're not going to
touch the cemetery trees.
touch the cemetery trees.
Well, I didn't put it in there because it's not on the property, it's on the cemetery property.
Can you add it just?
There was,
Yeah,
there
I'll be
was,
glad to add
there was
that
testimony that the
stipulation.
canopy, however,
Okay.
is on over the line.
It
Okay,
overlaps.
I'll add that the Bradford pears on that side of the cemetery, the canopy will not be removed.
Alter.
Okay, got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, I'm gonna call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I was a little late, but I said aye. Sorry. I said aye. I was just a little late.
And any noes? Anybody opposed? All right, approved unanimous. Thank you, guys. Appreciate. Thanks for the public coming out. You guys added a lot to this, so I thank y'all for coming out. We do have to finish up with the development agreement. That is the next thing on the agenda. It is legislative, which would be a little less restrictive than this one. If everybody's okay with that, let's try to get through this next item, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. Is that, can we hold on that? If it looks like this is running long, we'll stop it.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'm okay, but I think we ought to table the farm site master plan.
She can't,
Somebody's
I
here for
prefer
that.
not to.
Be sitting there
All right.
overnight. So,
All right, go ahead.
So I'm going to open this public hearing and call for introduction by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the board.
Yes.
Before you now is the development agreement between the town and the developer for the Chandler's Ridge project that we have heard much about this evening. This is a legislative consideration that requires a public hearing by anyone who has an interest in the topic. Development agreements are provided by North Carolina statute as a way for towns to plan for their future, a way to address complicated matters that arise from larger subdivisions that are developed over a period of time. Among other requirements, the development agreement is required obviously to be written. It's required that it have a public hearing. It's required that it be approved and an ordinance adopted, and that the development agreement be signed by all parties and recorded with the Register of Deeds. Let me just summarize very quickly the key terms. I'm sure you guys have noticed it's a 20-page document, but the ones that are most important and the ones that have come up here as part of the quasi-judicial hearing that perhaps need some additional discussion. The agreement provides an opportunity for the town to annex additional lands that may be developed in the future that are currently not in the city limits. That is, areas that are part of the Chandler's Ridge development that are not protected open space and are not within the city limits. The town, the developer would be bringing forward a petition for annexation in the future if that was ever to be developed for homes or otherwise. And the board would have the opportunity to make a decision at that time as to whether the town was interested in having that developed within the city limits. Clearly, under our current utility agreement, the town would not be able to offer water and sewer to such a development. But if it were to come in as contiguous annexation by petition, that is certainly something the town could choose to do. At this time, there are no lots proposed for that 22 acres plus the corridor for the alternative route of Jones Dairy for Jones Dairy Road extension. And that brings up the reservation of the corridor. The corridor is shown on the plan that you've already seen. The development agreement further clarifies that the corridor, the town would make an election by May of 2021 as to the interest that the town has in that corridor, and it triggers a procedure for the town to be able to purchase that corridor at essentially the condemnation price without the litigation that would normally ensue from a taking for condemnation purposes for a road. Rather, the town and the developer would agree upon an appraiser That appraiser would tell us what the price is per acre, and we would purchase the corridor as needed if we wanted it. That also raises the opportunity for us in that same procedure, with additional time, to also purchase the additional 22 acres of land that is not protected open space that surrounds the corridor, if that was of interest to the town in the future. That option only comes about, however, if we move on the corridor, and if we were to purchase that land for example, a public park. Such a public park could not be opened until the road was constructed and opened. The concern there of the development being that if you were to open the park first, you would have just routed all of the traffic through the center of the subdivision, as that's the only way to get back there. So far, so good, or questions? Okay. Nobody wants to ask any questions because they want to be done. The agreement provides an option for the town to take ownership of the protected open space that is east of the corridor, the alternative corridor that's shown. By ownership of that area, we would hold fee simple title to the area that has the public greenway in it. Obviously, that's protected open space, so it can't be developed as anything, but it would be an asset to the town, and there is no cost for that acquisition. That would be deeded to the town or dedicated to the town at no cost. In the alternative, if the town was not interested, the developer would essentially be deeding that to the homeowners association or potentially to a conservation agency of some sort. But we would have the first opportunity at that. And there was a question during the quasi-judicial hearing relating to timing. I think that was from Michelle. The development agreement provides a requirement in terms of their timing that phase 1 of their development is completed within 2 years of the approval of their construction drawings, which is still a pending item, I believe, with the staff. So this does have a speedy timeline. Are there any questions regarding the material terms of the agreement?
I have one quick question.
Sure.
In regards to the 22-acre site. All right, so if the town chooses to use it as a park, there's no cost, but if they use it for something else, there is a fee?
No, the 22 acres that's in the white would be purchased at fair market value, just like the corridor.
Okay.
The area that is gray as protected open space would come to us at no additional cost.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Any questions for David on that? All right, I'll call for any comments from the public in favor. Comments from the public in opposition. Okay, not hearing any. I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to the board. You know, you can ask more questions or deliberate, or I can entertain a motion.
I move that the board approve the development agreement and adopt ordinance 2020-0-06 titled Ordinance Adopting Development Agreement Chandler's Ridge.
Okay, I hear a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None here, so approval now. Thank
I just numbered the bullets. I can't stand bullets. Because you go bullet number 3. Just put
And that was after I started our plan, writing at 9 a.m.
You drove?
From
Oh.
like straight from planning school. This is what you need to do. Okay. I mean, I know you're right.
All right, well, let's get something to wipe off with.
my hair. The clock's my limit.
You got wipes?
My brain is.
Wipe off the mouse?
But I like the way the attorney read it. He was very like, you know, I know.
He knew what you had to get done at the end, and you guys said that.
Right.
So if you guys turn it down, you'll make sure you have everything
Right. But he rolled them through, so it was fine.
You got so lucky.
And we were teetering.
Man, we were totally rooting against you. We were all for Logan.
Were you nervous? Oh my gosh.
We do have some of that, though. That is an issue. Because you have a vision. It's no different than a CEO of a company has a vision. And then on the ground, things don't turn out so well.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Right, of course. Of course. And I think they're really concerned about this interim, kind of as it's going.
It's whatever it was, because she was a particular person.
Oh, I assume so. He's
My
been.
head came out because we're huge. But she was so worried. I'm like, I can't even imagine what that feels like. If it doesn't need saying, about every little thing.
Before we get started, if you want to go make a motion to approve. I'm smiling over here. You can't see.
Well, he said he was happy. Good.
Around those hearings.
You're welcome.
Go back to running those hearings like David.
Okay, I'm like, how do you do that? How did you?
Yeah, I heard too.
Well,
As soon as possible. I was 2 years
Well,
ago.
congratulations.
I just can't keep track of it. But fucking 8-year-old neighborhood meeting.
Yeah.
You should have made him go back.
Well, first of all, the neighborhood meeting is utterly irrelevant. It shouldn't exist for a quasi-judicial matter. You can't, that's all hearsay. If the people didn't
better
care
research
enough
your
to
history.
be
You might
here,
be related
then
to
it's
Whitley.
not relevant.
They're from New Bern.
I told Danny that the neighborhood meeting, the fact of the neighborhood meeting.
Oh, she took you over to this way.
I've worked with Whitley. They're awesome. Y'all just Whitley.
No, I'm reading here that someone sent me an email, said the judge, and it says you're really bad guys. Therefore,
Trying to find a bathroom.
that doesn't work.
Not easy.
Come on, we poor. We from Wilson.
I could not believe that.
I had to
It is great that the lawyer called and essentially tried to buy,
See, I wasn't
essentially
paying,
offered,
I wasn't paying
offered
for
the
my
sale
questions.
of their support.
I said,
I
I
would
wasn't paying
recommend
for with my
it to
questions.
That
They
totally happened.
really helped me out.
Did I what?
Because it happens all the time.
I just like, can we just come to a?
Sign the development agreement signature.
We're just gonna say, okay, we're
Okay.
We get it.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna.
ask some questions.
Bring me some commercial. I'd really be happy. You remember that conversation I had with you?
No, I'm not ready.
You remember that commercial?
I just don't want it to be
Commercial developer, would you? Okay. Good.
So this is just
Bye.
a 5-minute thing here.
I think Ronnie is enjoying that.
I call the meeting back to order. The next item on the agenda is the farm site master plan. I know we've seen this a few times, so, you know, don't get too repetitive on our time here. Don't feel like you need to rush, but you know, consider the lateness, if you would.
Mayor, Board of Commissioners, thank you for the time this evening. Rachel Cotter with McAdams is here tonight to present the final draft for the farm site master plan. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board did make a recommendation and voted unanimously to recommend approval of this plan to the town board.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to give you a quick synopsis of this and also go over touch on the performance a little bit as well.
And JG, what is staff's recommendation?
Staff is to approve this plan as well and then give staff direction to move forward with 30% design plans.
So you're seeking adoption tonight?
Yes, sir.
We are, and one more, when we get to the end of the motion, we're ready to move on annexation too, if you approve this master plan. So if you would also include in your motion, staff recommendation is to go ahead and initiate the annexation process, and we get that started if you do this at the end. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Swift, reviewing the work done to date and the items that we have not shared with you all this evening, which would be the operations and maintenance plan, pro forma, and some recommendations for how to prioritize the improvements for Fraser Farm Park. This reflects the master planning process through into construction drawings. Right now we are at the end of that master planning process. The next phase of the project, in order to get the project constructed, would be to complete construction drawings and then followed by your permitting, bid phase, and construction phase services. So the town has done an incredible job of a very intentional master planning process, intentional and thorough, and they are ready to rock and roll and see some earth move. The finalized concept that we arrived on is shown here, and this is for the full build out of the park. We went through a number of design iterations to arrive at this master plan. This master plan reflects both community need as it currently exists, but it also considers elements that we consider future-proofed or flexible. So as recreation trends and needs change over time, this park has the ability to change and adapt with those needs. For example, multi-use athletic fields combined with the baseball fields allow for flexible of use, and just about as many types of athletic facilities or athletic sports as you can stripe a field for. A number of community spaces as well, the community event lawn and a small, about 10,000 square foot community type building to host both events and programs. Giving much honor to the historic past of this site, that being both agricultural, but there's also a significance in the archaeological artifacts found on the site. Those are found pretty small little red circles up in under the power easement just to the left of the ball fields there. But that's all been considered when programming for the site and incorporating elements of archaeology and historic preservation and agritourism into the final design. We considered a potential phase 1 for the project. Much of that was dictated by the site features, the ponds, the road that one would need to cross to get to the rear of the site, and the idea that the park is intended to be a financially sustainable park, meaning we considered revenue generation as part of the phase 1 development. So the revenue generated from phase 1 actually has a potential to be used for construction of future phases. One thing to note while we do have the master plan up here is that in order to accommodate peak capacity traffic, we will need to provide a second entrance into the park master plan, which would require a access easement from the adjacent property owner out onto 401, likely the adjacent property owner. A few quick images from the architect for the rustic amphitheater nestled into the trees. This is the event and community center. with outdoor event space. This spills out onto the event lawn, so this is a very multi-purpose space used for a variety of different types of events, size of events. And then getting into the costs, the estimated cost summary for the entire full build-out of the park is about $21 million. If we just look at phase one, we're looking at about $16.2 million. This is much in part due to the significant amount of infrastructure needed to get the park up and running, to make the park accessible and provide the facilities and the support infrastructure for all of the amenities. The one piece of information that you haven't heard much about is the operations and maintenance plan and the pro forma. This plan considered not what it would take just to give you a pretty picture or a set of construction drawings, but how this park is going to live and operate into the future. We want to leave you with something that is operational and that you've planned for properly. Pros Consulting, who is a sub-consultant to us out of Indianapolis and a national provider for recreation in terms of business planning, developed the operations and maintenance plan in pro forma. It is very much based on the operation, the staff member, the task, and the frequency. So this goes through almost a day-to-day recommendation for how the park needs to be operated, the hours of operation, staffing levels, recommended pricing philosophy. With regard to the staffing levels, in the comprehensive master plan, we did recommend 3 full-time equivalent staff to add to the department. This plan, the full build-out of the park would also require 5 full-time employees to maintain the park and to run the park and program the park. And then in addition to that, we're also anticipating some part-time staff, volunteer staff, and contracted employees. Some of the pricing philosophies used to develop the pro forma were user fees, so those are things like rentals, permits, programs, and events. Programming, so the programs that JG and his staff could host here at the park. Differential rates for residents versus non-visitors, naming rights for amenities, and sponsorships. So pricing philosophy, especially when we're considering rates, is very much a philosophy that's unique to the town. So you'll need to discuss this when it is time to approve some sort of pricing structure for the park. And then in terms of the pro forma, we did a pro forma for the first 6 years of the park, and this is just for phase one improvements that I showed you. So they range anywhere from about $700,000, pushing upwards of $900,000 as the park becomes more mature. And then expenditures about 1.2 ranging up to 1.4. So we're looking at a total cost recovery of about 62%, which is actually a very excellent cost recovery for a park. This is much more significant than the department's cost recovery as it stands as an entity itself.
So is the 62%, is that just for the first phase?
It is.
You mentioned this was predicated on 2 curb cuts. On 401, we already have one. I was told we could not get another curb cut.
We cannot on our properties or the town's properties road frontage, but there's potential for, I think you were looking at the adjacent property.
We'll have to seek a second.
Is it adjacent near the intersection or before?
Before. We'll have to seek a second one in the surrounding area.
Okay, sorry.
Will that second one be needed for phase one, or will it be needed once it's completed?
It depends what the ultimate phase one ends up being. That would be part of the exercise for that first 30% is to look at the cost of the phase one that we've recommended and understand if we do need to adapt that, pull it back a little bit, or tweak some things such as the entrances. For peak bulk build out of what we're showing for phase one, it is highly recommended. It would
Right.
be, and we'll need to work with DOT to understand, perhaps do a traffic study for that, section of road as well. So when we're looking at priorities, again, we estimated what a phase one might look like. We know that oftentimes phases change, budgets change, and what we can do in a given time frame can change. So we've given you a few priorities based on the revenue and the pro forma to consider as you move into those 30% construction drawings. So if you get the 30% construction a set cost estimate back and it's not something that the budget can absorb, there are plenty of opportunities to what we call value engineer that or even cut things out of a phase one. We want to look at some of the highest revenue potential compared to the cost of installation. Athletics, high revenue, high cost. Walk and run events, we can actually do some of those with less infrastructure needed. You could limit it to things like gravel parking lots, porta potties for the actual event. You don't necessarily have to have paved walking trails, so there are ways to activate the space and generate some revenue without expending the full infrastructure costs of the phase one or the full park build out. And same thing with the event center and lawn. We also want to look at the greatest benefit to the broadest participant base and the idea of flexible spaces. Things that fall under that category would be walking trails, shelter rentals and event lawns, athletics, and the arts and crafts program. And some of that we know from the comprehensive master plan from all the work we did on the needs assessment. And then finally, if we want to look at a few other revenue generating opportunities, the pro forma does recommend things that we did not consider in the original master plan design that they believe based on market conditions would do well in this area to generate some additional revenue. And that would be controlling access to the amphitheater so you could have ticketed events depending on the size. Or exclusive types of rentals, a contracting adventure challenge and zipline courses in some of the wooded areas, and hosting challenge 5K races and team building events. So when we move into those 30% construction drawings, one thing we will want to work with you all on is understanding, are there ways that we can refine our design in order to enhance some of the revenue generating opportunities as part of this phase one based on those recommendations. These are just a few other additional funding opportunities. I think this was presented in the past, so I think we're probably moving into the 2021 grant cycle now. I had in terms of a presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Which grants?
2021, I believe we've showed this slide in the past, and these are 2020, a lot of the 2020 dates.
So just so you all know, the hospitality grant is postponed indefinitely. That is, their projections over the next 5 years has been reduced by about $80 million. So they have indefinitely put off all medium-sized projects and any large projects and small projects. So all grants for hospitality are off for at least 2 years probably. All money is being dedicated to PNC and then Cary Sports Park next year. And that's it for the next 3 years. So the top one is probably not going to be available for at least another 3 years.
And that's Wake County?
Unless things go around, but that's the protection.
I know that there'll be some votes on part of an LWCF coming up. I don't believe those have happened, but keeping an ear out for those so I can update you as I hear more information on those.
How much does hospitality impact with this project? I know there's no guarantee anyway.
Right, I think we always thought that, under
Better
6
circumstances.
months ago, I think the idea was that we would be lining this up for a cycle in the 2021 or 2022 cycle. And that would probably make us eligible for.
Okay.
So where we are with the plans right now, we're not ready to apply for any of those grants right now, is that correct?
You could apply for Part F or LWCF.
Without 30% design.
And that cycle is typically in the spring. Applications due in May, so May 2021, as long as Part F and LWCF. The LWCF funding changes and evolves. I've seen it presented in a couple different ways, but Part F, the matching, it's a 50-50 match, and the maximum ask is $500,000. But they haven't been giving out too many $500,000 projects lately. They're trying to spread the wealth out, so a more reasonable request would be closer to $300,000, and then a $300,000 match by the town.
Where would that get us for $600,000?
That's a good question. So the challenge with Part F is.
Could you hear my question? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just realized. I asked where would that $600,000 get us in terms of starting the project? I thought I was home. Sorry.
Part F is best used for individual amenities rather than I want to go build a park, because in order to use Part F money, there's a couple requirements of the grant in terms of having to construct all the elements you say you're going to. A lot of those items are big infrastructure costs, especially on this project, parking lots, buildings, septic systems, bringing utility, well, we're not bringing utilities, but electric, for example, to this site, rather than a recreational element. And these are used to fund recreational elements. So you'll want to use this for something small, like you could use it for a playground, you could use it for courts, you could use it for gold, you could use it for equipment, you could use it for gardens, but you know, something of a smaller budget, not we're gonna go out and build phase 1.
Gotcha.
This 16 million in phase 1 includes the soft cost, engineering, all of that.
Yes.
Microphone? Can you turn that around?
Facing you.
Yeah.
I guess so you can speak into
There
it.
you go.
Okay, sorry, yes.
All right. So we've got a $3 million piece of property. We've got to spend $16 million on for phase 1.
You don't have to. That is a recommended phase 1.
But we can do value engineering on parts of that. Okay. Okay. I think it's a good plan in theory. And I'm all for it in theory. But in reality, we've got to look at where the money's going to come from. I have no problem at all making a motion to approve the master site plan. But again, this is in theory, it looks good on paper. But where's the money going to come from? So. You need, if you need a motion tonight to approve the master plan and JG, I feel like you and your department are in favor of it. I'm fine with that.
And the 30% cost, right? There's some additional.
Yeah, it's in the budget for this year.
And the 30%.
That would initiate then starting the design at 30% level, which is in your budget, proposed budget next item.
There you go.
And also start the annexation process.
Yeah.
Just for clarity, how much is the 30%?
Cost-wise in the budget?
80,000. I think it's 80,000. I think
It's not a large amount.
I can pull it out.
180.
180,000.
180,000.
It's off by a little bit.
All right. Are we we're not in a public hearing on this, are we, Ronnie?
No.
Okay.
Just-
All right, in the interest of time, I'll make a motion to approve the farm site master plan.
I'll second it.
Yeah, are you going to include, I think he was recommending to give our clerk the whatever you want to call it, to get out there and get ready for us to annex it.
Sure.
You want to include that in there?
I think that motion included initiating the 30% design if the budget is adopted tonight and initiating the annexation process.
All right.
Yes.
Yep.
I'll include that.
Okay.
I'll second it with all that.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? And just, I guess for the public, we have not approved building this thing. We just approved a plan to build it.
There you go.
So we got to figure out how to build it and when we're going to do that time frame. And I feel like Jackie kind of insinuated 16 million. I feel like we got to get that down some on first phase. I'm not sure we could. That's a big piece to bite first phase. So,
It is.
you know,
I think the 30% design will let you start, I'm putting this out there, we'll start to have the conversation for breaking the phase one down if you're so inclined.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, I think we'll look at both the revenue potential and some of the recommendations from the pro forma, with perhaps what a more reasonable budget expectation is for a phase one, and we can start looking at what might need to come out of the scope. We're also seeing some decreases in construction costs right now. Not sure how, can't promise how long that's going to go on, but this is a good time to start looking at construction in general.
And if I'm remembering correctly, is this, did we talk about that all of the numbers that were included in this project were for top dollar?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
That's
that is correct.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, JG. Thank you for the presentation. Next item is a decision on the proposed budget. I would encourage everyone to go to page 300. It's a good little memorandum there on page 300. Talks about where we're at today. And then it's got a recommendation for action there. It's 4 things we have to approve in the motion for the budget, and they're at the bottom there. So Amy or Kelly, you guys want to present anything?
I'm going to let Amy step up and talk about the proposed amendment or proposed budget change since our last meeting 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the town board. So there is one proposed amendment to the proposed budget that you've seen previously. And that one proposed change is something that was discussed last time you met. So that is moving $25,000 from that contingency line item into the administration budget. The purpose for those funds would be to conduct an organizational study of the town organizational structure. The idea is to look at future staffing needs as well as reporting responsibilities, and to be given an implementation plan about how to go about that over the next few years.
Okay. All right. Are you ready for a motion?
I don't know. Is any more deliberation, discussion from the board?
I still have a question, Kelly,
Mm-hmm.
in regards to the fire department, because we all received the email, and that was not my first encounter with people inquiring about funds that are going to the fire department. I mean, I definitely appreciate all that the fire department means to Rolesville, but we do have to answer those questions.
So
Questions you need answered to.
Oh, did you read the email?
I read
you
the
only
email.
you
Okay.
And they are questions that we should have the fire department answer to us. I mean,
And we should do that before we approve the
we've been
budget.
giving them the appropriations that have been, help me if I'm correct, what we give them are restricted funds that are used for the payoff or of the hook and ladder truck.
Correct.
That we had to have, and later it was amended for future development of fire departments. We currently have one fire department handling 36 square miles, which is more than Wake Forest is handling, and Wake Forest handles a smaller amount with soon to be 4 fire departments. But what we're giving them is restricted funds.
I guess the question was, as was asked, they wanted more details.
Okay, we
So
can
where does
get.
that come, I'm asking, where does it come from? I'm not disputing anything with the fire department.
Well, we
because I
can
appreciate
we
what
can
they're
get
doing.
that. I mean, we can get that from Rodney. They've got it broken down. I see it each month.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Well, that's because I'm the liaison between the board, but
Even
I'll be
before you
glad
on
to
the-
ask them for that.
I think
Yeah,
that's appropriate.
I'll be glad to. But as far as this budget is concerned,
Even with the chamber, there was a question about the chamber as
exactly.
well,
You're exactly
showing their
right.
books. So I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
yeah.
so it's not, trust me, I have nothing against the fire department and what they do and what they mean to us.
I know you don't, and
Me
we're going to talk
personally,
about
what they mean
something
to
else
me.
about that in just a minute. And I know your heart's in the right place, but what we are giving them are restricted funds, and the money is being used and saved accordingly.
Right, but when people are asking that question, we need to be as transparent as we can be because we're the ones giving them that money. So again, it's not just the fire department, it's also with the chamber.
Okay.
So my question is, do we approve the budget not having that information?
Yes.
We do have some information that you like to, we could answer some of the questions.
Sure. Go right ahead.
And see if that's sufficient for answering tonight. So.
Sure,
go
so,
ahead.
I do receive the financial statements from them at the end of every fiscal year for the last several years. And as part of our study that we've done with Davenport, the group that comes in and does that analysis for you all about future potential funding for large projects, we've hired them to do a joint study with the fire department to look at future fire stations. And so as a part of that process, we looked at some of their detailed financial records. And I'm talking in generalities here. Basically, on the expenditure side, what I've noticed is that their biggest expenditure by far is personnel. And Mr. Wilson, you see those numbers as well, so if you, if I'm saying something that's off,
No, you're right, because the equipment we buy, we cost share with that, with the county.
right?
So that's a large amount too, but go
So the
ahead.
expenditures, the personnel seems to be the largest, probably about 70% of their expenditures are based on personnel, salaries and benefits. The other large expenditure item, particularly in a fire department, but it doesn't happen year to year, and that is equipment replacement. Fire trucks are very expensive. And so of the funds that we give them, there is some that is designated to go into savings so that when their trucks come up for replacement, they have that cash pool sitting there ready to put in their share for that. Okay, so that's sort of on the expenditure side, just really general what we're paying for the fire department. On the revenue side, they receive their support from 2 primary sources. And one of those is the town, the funds that the town sends over to them. And then the other is from Wake County. And those Wake County funds come from a fire district, okay, in Wake County, in the unincorporated areas of the county. Okay, so those are all we think of them as rural parts of the county. They're the parts of Wake County that are not part of a city. Does that make sense? Yeah.
ETJ.
ETJs, for example, sure, something like that. But any non-municipal part of the county gets this fire district tax. And then Wake County takes those revenues and they have what they call a cost share. So they have developed a formula based on number of calls per service, land area, property valuation. It's a very complex calculation they use to divvy those revenues out to the fire departments that serve those unincorporated areas of the county. So that's where Rolesville Fire Department gets their funds, is basically the town and the county.
And if I can add to that, in 2019, Rolesville Fire Department ran 1,108 calls, of which only 476 of those were fire calls. 632 of those calls were first responder calls.
I spoke with Rodney, he gave me some great numbers, so I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is when we get a letter from a concerned citizen, like we did a couple of days ago, then obviously we're not putting that information into the public's view.
And
That's what I'm stating. So I
understand.
I'm okay with the fire department, don't get me wrong. I understand what we agreed to several years ago before I was on the board, so I'm not knocking that. But I just want us to be transparent, because just because that email came from one person, it doesn't mean that we're not going to get bombarded with other questions.
It's hard to be transparent when we don't own that. We own our stuff here. That is Rolesville Fire, Rural Volunteer Fire Department. It's their own separate entity.
But if you're giving me $1 million a year, you have a right to ask me some questions.
Exactly.
And
And
so-
we're telling you the $1 million that you give us, the fire, that's how we're using it. We're using it for
Right,
those
but Amy,
items.
Amy just said something that I'd never known in 4.5 years of being on this
Gonna say
board.
it too.
The financial documents that you get, you said annually. I feel like that should be provided as a part of our budget
Right, and we never see that.
every year.
So we can always answer up to that.
That's news to me. I didn't know we had that. And I know I've heard Michelle talk about this in the past, asking for information. So I think that would be helpful to include in the budget, because that's part of what we're spending taxpayer dollars on. So the public deserves to know if we have access to that information.
And I'm not saying not to give the money at all. That has nothing to do with that. Just to be transparent on that. And I just don't feel that information was available to us. I mean, I hear what you're saying now, but it was never presented to us like it was tonight. So if it's not presented to us and someone's asking us, well, where does this money go? Or what are they using that money for? Whether it's the chamber or whether it's the fire department, and we can't answer that, are we really being good stewards of our money by not being able to answer that question? Oh, I don't know. Go ask the finance director. Go ask the town manager. It's not a very professional or a safe answer. But I'll definitely shuck it off to you. Don't get me wrong, but I shouldn't have to do that. It should be made available on the town website.
Why don't we ask the fire department to give it to us on a monthly basis?
But you get it once a year.
Right, so what I get, when the auditors come in and give you those financial statements, that's what I receive from the fire department each year.
We can make a request for a monthly reporting. This is the first time I've had this conversation at this level and request. So I think we should sit down with the chief and the board and show the tape this request and say, what can you provide us on a monthly reporting of the town's money, including if it's the entire fire department, okay, but what you're interested in is what are you doing with the town money?
Because that's the question that's been
That's
coming
right.
up.
No, I'm just saying. And
After
so,
5 years, it was never
Right.
that pressing, but now that
Right.
it's come up, and
Right.
people have different ideas of how that money is being used. So I think we need to really clarify.
And it's going to become more pressing, too. And I've got something I need to share with the board when we get through with this item that has to do with the fire department.
But let me add, I don't know that monthly is
That's too much.
necessary, right?
I think that's too much.
Okay.
But even annual or biannually, just having some type of update and
Okay.
awareness as board
How
members.
about quarterly?
And let's post it on
I
the
think
website.
biannually
so,
would
you know,
work.
everybody see.
Biannually would work, in my
Okay.
opinion.
Yeah.
Monthly is definitely, that's just like a big burden, and
Yeah,
they're
okay.
busy and not asking
Fair
for
enough.
that.
Okay,
I mean, they'll gladly share.
some regular reporting.
Yes.
good discussion. Thanks for bringing it up, Michelle. Good
All right.
discussion. I
And the
think,
same
Alright.
as with the chamber as well.
Okay.
yeah,
All
I
right.
think that's a good idea.
All right. I'm going to make a motion to adopt the budget as presented with the amendments that Amy has cited tonight for the fiscal year lasting from July the 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, as well as the resolution authorizing the Wake County Department of Revenue to levy and collect property taxes, as well as the capital projects ordinance for East Main Street Sidewalk Number 2 and the capital project ordinance for Main Street Vision Plan.
I'm going to second that.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous approved. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Kelly. You guys put a lot of hard work in this. Thank you, board, for being engaged to the final hour here, because I think we are coming down to the
About to get pajamas.
the year ends next week, week after next. So thank all of you for doing this. I think we have a good budget, and it's really well if we're gonna make it as transparent as possible. So I think we probably all on page to do that. So thank you, appreciate that. One last thing, Jackie had asked to mention the issue that's going on with the fire department.
And then
Bring up everybody's.
1 minute on the 4th of July.
Okay, all right. This morning, I got a phone call from one of the fire department board members. Later on, I got a phone call from another one. We are in danger of losing some of our 11 full-time firefighters. They are well-trained, paramedics, EMTs. All right. And the reason is they're already being solicited by other municipalities who are part of the town, of their municipality, and they are given benefits. But they don't get them with us, as far as county employees. We currently have one county employee employed with us that the county is paying. I don't know how that ever happened, but he's been there for quite a while. When I discussed this earlier with Rodney and with Kelly, and Kelly suggested that if we were going to consider taking them on as town employees to keep them, then the fire department board should make a request. Well, the fire department board met tonight, and they met at 7 o'clock. I was there at 6 o'clock to eat with them and to talk about this, and they texted me saying that the fire department board voted unanimously tonight to request the town of Rolesville to accept our 11 full-time employees as employees of the town. If approved, these employees would become town employees assigned. Now, obviously, with that comes a cost. Okay, this is something we better not drag our feet on. Now, I believe Amy and Rodney are already working on, or he's supposed to be supplying you with some information as far as cost versus, what we get from the county or whatever, and on what it would cost us. We need to enter in negotiations with them. Even if we say, yes, we'll take them, but we're not going to pay all of this, you're going to have to pay some of it. But we need to enter into it, and we need to do it right away, and we need to let our employees, or full-time employees up there, know that we are discussing it, or we could be in pretty bad shape. Right now, the last statistics I had, our first responder calls, 90% of our first responder calls, 11 minutes and under. All right. These fire trucks, and you've heard me say this before, are now like the ambulances. Several years ago, when they put AVLs, automatic vehicle locators, on the ambulances, they also have them on the fire trucks now. So when a fire truck or an ambulance leaves and goes somewhere, picks up a patient, takes him to the hospital, him or her, on the way back, if there's an emergency close by, that AVL on that truck is going to be pinged, and that person's or that truck has to go to the next emergency. We had issues before we merged with Eastern Wake EMS when I was on that board, where you'd have a fire truck, an EMS truck would leave here at 9 o'clock in the mornings, taking a heart attack patient to Wake Med, and wouldn't get back until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because when he started back, he'd get pinged again, okay? So if we lose experienced people, then we won't be able to handle some of those responder calls, and you'll see your response times go up from like 11 minutes to 20 or 30 minutes, because most all of the time, the fire trucks get to the homes before the ambulances do. Now, when a person's got a heart attack, time between 11 minutes and 20 minutes is death. People are going to die
Jackie, I have a question.
if
So
we
what
don't do
happens-
something.
What happens to the rest of the fire department? What happens to the part-time and the volunteers?
Part-timers, we've got, we don't want to do anything with them.
Okay.
The part-timers or the volunteers, doing nothing with them. We need 11 people who staff that place every day.
I didn't even know we
Okay.
had 11, I thought we had 4, but anyway.
Okay, but
Or more.
11 people running one firehouse, so they have to be considered at all, not at all, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
At this
the
time?
11 full-time people are the core. That's what we need to consider for benefits.
Can this
And
be
for-
part of our staffing study?
Kelly mentioned,
think it's a
you
different
mentioned
study.
the need for a work session.
I mean, yeah, work session.
Well, so depending on what the letter says, you'll get it. And my reaction is, there is a gentleman who we brought in, if you remember, that helped us on the analysis of the site stations, and he was the one that was involved with the Wake Forest combination just happened starting in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, July the 1st.
Right,
And they're already coming after our people.
he has a lot of information already and is on standby. So when the call is made, he's ready to come in and pick up the study and pick up the analysis of how to make the transition. And I just want to let you know there is elements of you brought up the fair one. There's the negotiations with Wake County. Those things will take time, but we can get on it. The question we'll have to have right off the top is how much it's going to cost and who's going to pay for that. But I think we can get on it. There's lots of things I'm going to suggest that we need to look at to protect the town too, to make sure we do it right for the town overall.
Oh, we need a work
It's not
session?
easy.
If we get the letter, I'm going to turn that around to the gentleman who did the study to tell us how to get this proposal, and then I will come back and say, let's talk about this and how you want to propose to do this with the fire district board probably, and have a clear understanding of how to proceed.
Yeah, at this time, I just don't think it would be, I think it's too expensive for us to even consider taking over everything, sticks, bricks, and the whole building. I'm trying to address an immediate problem.
And I don't know if
That is these 11 employees.
and that's going to take a more immediate question, and I'm suspect that the answer is going to be very difficult because there's going to be a question of who's the master. And if there's some way we can do that in the interim, maybe.
Sorry, who's the master?
Master
You lost
of
me.
the department. Who's going to oversee the department?
Yeah.
Who's
right
going to be the
now,
responsible group
They're
overseeing
answering
the
to the
department?
chief. All right, who's going to be the chief? Are these 11 employees working for us and Kelly, or are they working for?
The very first question, if the town is going to take on only the employees and not talk about the balance, is how does that transition happen in the context of a town employee, and who are they going to report to? And does that mean we have to enter into a relationship with the board and lease the facilities, or
I got you.
all
A lot
those
of
things?
questions to be answered, yes.
It's a lot of questions. You're not expecting an answer tonight, right?
No, what I want to do tonight is instill in this board a sense of urgency. If we sit around and drag our feet for 3 or 4 months before we make a decision, we could lose our certified firefighters, and we will be dealing with part-time and volunteers. So when the buzzer goes off up there may not be anybody there.
And I don't think any of us want to lose that. We're
No,
not going to
I
sit
know-
on
I
it.
know we
But at the
don't.
same time, we need to do our due diligence too and get the right questions answered.
Exactly. I'm just telling you that this is dire. because
I-
they're already being solicited by other municipalities now.
They have been for a while, which is why we lost some good firefighters already. But look at what happened to the police department. That's happening continuously. So we have to pause a little bit and figure out how we're going to do this. And again, do our research.
So, yeah, so I think,
And there is some-
let's see what the letter says. Let me take a look at it. I will give you a recommendation how to proceed. And I'm hearing urgency and do it right. And we got to figure out the
I
balance.
understand doing it right,
Right.
but you need to understand that the police department, which is very, very valuable, has done pretty good at replacing theirs because they are offering benefits.
That's right.
And they are equal to other municipalities. Well, I mean, we pay our people pretty good.
No, I know it's a little bit like apples and oranges. Don't get me wrong, but I'm
Yes, yeah.
saying they are still being scooped up by neighboring municipalities.
But also keep in mind that this board's kind of been at a loss. Like, I'm just learning that there are 11 employees.
Yeah.
I'm just learning they don't have benefits.
I just think that the only thing that we're talking
You know what
about,
I'm saying? That has
and I would
something-
prefer not to have this conversation much longer, Mayor, because there is a lot of questions, but there's going to be legal reporting mechanisms that we're going to review from a liability review. So all those things have to be considered ultimately. And if there's a win-win quickly, great. If there's a win, but we got to do some other things, you need to know those things. Or is it a broader picture?
I think that's
And I don't know.
valid.
I don't know what the answer is.
But I think that's valid. And we hear your sense of urgency.
And I do.
And I've made my point.
I would hate to see some of those guys have to leave because they do love Rolesville.
Yeah, and they
they've
don't
been
want to leave.
hanging around by a string.
And they've come to board members and said, we don't want to leave, but we want benefits. We've got
Exactly.
families. We'd be crazy not to.
And some of them have, and some of them stuck around. But I know it's hard, and we definitely need to do something.
Yeah.
I just want to know how this is going to. How does this happen? Because
think-
you
I
take
think-
the firefighters, but you don't take the house.
I think we leave that to Kelly to figure out and come back to us with recommendations.
Stay tuned.
So, thank you for bringing that forward, Jackie.
I
Thank
would like a copy of the report from the fire department for 2019, or whatever the end of their year was.
You talking about what we talked about? in the
That
budget?
Amy mentioned.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're
I
in.
think we're going to do that, and hopefully post it on the website. So,
In 2 days, we have to make a decision if we're not going to do the 4th of July without a penalty. It's my position. I think we still do at this point. If for some reason something changes based upon medical conditions or other reasons that we hear through the grapevine that the 4th of July becomes an event for something else besides a cheerful event, the risk would be that I would come back and say we need to cancel this and we lose the $10,000. So we have to 2 days to make a go or no go decision with the contractor. I think we're to that ledge. We should keep on going. I have nothing in my mind that says that we couldn't go ahead and have an event for the community and do it in a manner that would encourage them to be safe. But if you think there's any risk or want to postpone the 4th of July, then we should.
Kelly, we have all the municipalities next to us have canceled their fireworks.
Yes.
It's going to be mayhem here when we turn those fireworks on.
Okay.
I'm not saying, well, maybe I am saying that we shouldn't do it, but I know a lot of people are expecting to see it. But how's our fire department going to handle all that? Every municipality I spoke to where there's commissioners on their boards, they're all planning on coming to Roseville. So how do we handle that?
And she's right.
I don't want us to be
is.
elected for the
And-
virus.
And, you know, I'm fortunate I can sit in my front yard to see it.
Yep.
But
And
the
that's
field up there beside Pete Smith, it's going to be, and
It's gonna be
it's usually
mayhem.
crowded.
I understand. I understand. So if you think there is a genuine concern or risk, then we probably should go ahead and tonight make that decision.
I think it's going to be a risk to our,
Michelle,
I'm going to say firefighters are going to be out there, police are going to be out there, and you have all these very large surrounding municipalities, not even including Raleigh. People are planning on coming to Roseville because we are one of the few that are still hosting it, and we're like one of the smallest towns.
I
How are our
understand.
firefighters going to handle that? And I'm not kidding you, with this virus going on,
Concerned
I
about
don't
the
want-
social distancing and
yeah,
us
how's that
inviting
gonna-
that and creating that environment.
right, and
There
that's
will
what's
be
going
no
to happen.
social distancing.
There won't
because
be
People
any.
are going to be drinking on the 4th, and you look at what's happening at the beaches. I
But
mean, you look
we-
at what's happening down on Glenwood Avenue.
Do I need to make a motion?
Wait, not only are we going to be known for the fastest growing city, but the fastest growing city with the virus.
I make a motion
So I
that
just
we,
want to say that.
I make a motion that we not have a 4th of July celebration this year in light of COVID-19 and for the safety of our community and surrounding communities.
I second that. Wait,
Okay.
so-
Got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I didn't hear any comments from Paul or April, so.
I feel
saying
bad to
neutral.
do it. I mean, I can watch it from my house as well, but it's a big risk.
I'm totally good with whatever decision's right decision, so.
I mean, I pushed it before that we should have them, but at the same time, where they're going to be located to put them off is just going to be a nightmare because it's not like an open field. Like we're putting them off in like this certain section, and you're going to have people everywhere. So I don't.
We're definitely gonna
How are
have
the
an
police and
insurgence.
firefighters going to handle that?
Yeah, with everybody canceling too. I mean, right.
So Mayor, you have a motion and a second.
Got a motion second. Any more discussion? I know it was a little bit there.
Big,
All right.
big apology to the citizens who are expecting it. So I just wanted to add that part on. I'm sad too, but I like
Okay.
being.
All right. We've got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So I would say give them a call tomorrow.
Yep. And then we'll probably put out something by the end of the
We
week.
just saved $10,000.
Yep, look at that. We saved
That can go to the
money.
fire department. I'm just kidding.
I think in the present environment, it's probably the best thing to do.
Okay.
Because, we could lose control over, we're asking everybody not to congregate, but as we've seen with Glenwood Avenue
Doesn't
last
work.
weekend,
Doesn't work.
you can't control the mass. So,
Sure can.
probably
Okay.
the best thing to do.
I'm sorry, I had one other item that I promised I would ask on behalf of a citizen. And this is not for us to decide tonight, is I really want the board to just think about this because I do think in light of kind of the environment we're in socially, I was asked about Columbus Day being changed to Indigenous People Day. So I just want to put that on for consideration, just the board to think about, but also maybe the staff to look into what other towns are doing in relation to that, if any North Carolina towns are doing that or have done that. But that was a question that was raised to me to propose to you all.
And one clarity question. I don't think we recognize that holiday.
We don't?
No.
Gotcha.
So is it still something you want us to look into?
If we don't recognize it in the town of Rolesville, then no.
As far as a holiday that's anything pertinent to
We don't do
our-
any events around it, anything.
Thing like that.
And we don't take time off.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Okay, as long as we're not.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.